Chapter 1361. The two sets of clothes fit him perfectly. Qin Feng wore a long white robe, and his long hair flowed in the wind. Hua Xiaojin was mesmerized by his appearance. Hua Xiaojin, on the other hand, was wearing a red qipao. It was a style that was specially worn by maidservants in ancient times. The sides of the skirt were slit to the side of her thighs, and one could vaguely see Xiaojin's slender and fair legs. The qipao was a bright red, and it seemed to make her small face look even more charming. Before Hua Xiaojin met Qin Feng, she had never worn silk clothing. Now, she wore silk brocade clothes, rode a horse, and slept in a high-class place every day. It felt like a dream. She didn't dare to persuade Qin Feng to leave. Seeing that Qin Feng had decided to stay as the county magistrate, Hua Xiaojin was prepared to die by his side, regardless of life or death. As long as young Master Qiao didn't abandon her, it was fine. "Young Master Qiao, breakfast is ready." The two had just changed when Wang Long knocked on the door and walked in. He carried all sorts of good wine and dishes. Qin Feng slapped him without saying anything and scolded. "You're still calling me young Master Qiao? I think you don't want your head anymore." Qin Feng had long disliked these bailiffs. These people wanted to kill him. So how could Qin Feng let them off so easily? Half of Wang Long's face immediately swelled up. He was so angry that he glared at Qin Feng, looking like he wanted to fight. Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she grabbed Qin Feng's clothes tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes again. Slap. At this time, Qin Feng slapped him again, and the other half of Wang Long's face swelled up as well. "You even dare to glare at the county magistrate? Do you think I won't get someone to gouge out your eyes?" Qin Feng never showed mercy to his enemies, and these two slaps completely woke Wang Long up. Now, that county magistrate way was nowhere to be found. The huge yamen was managed by Qin Feng, and even young Master Wei gave in to Qin Feng. How could a mere bailiff fight against Qin Feng? "Magistrate Qiao, please calm down. You just took office. This lowly one still hasn't gotten used to it." The anger on Wang Long's face suddenly disappeared, and he forced a smile to please Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored him and had him put the breakfast on the table. Hua Xiaojin was stunned to the side. Did young Master Qiao really become the county magistrate? Wang Long immediately retreated after delivering the food. Now, Qin Feng was like a demon in his eyes. Qin Feng pulled Hua Xiaojin, who was in a daze, to sit in front of the table. She was so frightened that she suddenly woke up. "Ah, Qiao, young Master Qiao, please spare this lowly servant. This lowly servant can't sit." Hua Xiaojin was a bit depressed. She found that Feng liked to have her sit down when he ate, but how could she do that? In the great land where a slave and her master ate at Feng there? In the land how there was how there, Feng said, "Qin, Hua, and Hua, he, Qin, and, Qin, Feng, and said Hua, and said Hua, Hua said, and Hua, Qin, and Qin he." Hua Xiaojin's heart was filled with warmth. She was so touched that she wanted to cry. Young Master Qiao was the best master she had ever seen. However, Hua Xiaojin's stubborn thoughts had been preserved for more than 10 years. How could they be changed so easily? She sat in Qin Feng's embrace and trembled. She couldn't even hold her chopsticks steadily, and she didn't eat a single bite. "Xiaojin, open your mouth." Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up a piece of beef and put it next to her mouth. Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she fidgeted. "Young Master Qiao, this can't be done. This slave can't eat." Qin Feng had long since discovered that Hua Xiaojin would never touch meat dishes when they ate. Moreover, she would only eat one bowl of rice each time. Even if she wasn't full, she wouldn't eat a second bowl. Qin Feng's expression became cold. He pretended to be angry and said, Xiaojin, if you don't eat, then I can only force you to eat with my mouth. Ah, tea that won't do. Young Master Chiao, wah wah. Hua Xiaojin was anxious to death. She knew Qin Feng was good to her, but her mind was sealed. She always felt that this wasn't right. Under Qin Feng's insistence, Hua Xiaojin finally opened her small mouth and took a small bite of the beef. As she chewed slowly, her eyes sparkled like stars. She had forgotten how long it had been since she had eaten meat. It tasted much better than vegetables. As a hedonistic young master, he was disgusted by the taste of meat when he was outside. Since Hua Xiaojin liked to eat beef, he fed her mouthful by mouthful. Hua Xiaojin gradually relaxed a little. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she ate the food her master fed her. How she wished that this moment could be sealed forever. It was such a blissful moment. After the meal, there were still a lot of meat dishes left on the table. This was the best meal Hua Xiaojin had eaten in her entire life. She looked at the remaining half plate of beef and a large bowl of chicken soup with a hesitant expression. She looked at Qin Feng many times, but in the end, she didn't say anything. What's wrong, Xiaojin? Qin Feng could tell that she wanted to say something. Hua Xiaojin had already gotten up from Qin Feng's embrace. She stood to the side and said carefully, "See, young Master Chiao, can this lowly servant take these leftovers?" Qin Feng stilled. "You're not full yet? Then continue eating. What are you afraid of?" Hua Xiaojin immediately waved her hands. Her mouth was full from Qin Feng's feeding, and this was the fullest she had ever eaten. Now this lowly servant wants to take it back for Grandma to eat. Grandma has lived her entire life, but I hasn't eaten meat before. Qin Feng stilled again and was moved by Hua Xiaojin's filial piety. He walked up and rubbed her head. "There's no need to take the leftovers. I'll have someone make another portion. Once it's done, we'll go to Hua family village." After eating and drinking their fill, Qin Feng carried Hua Xiaojin and rode Fire Dragon Horse to Hua family village. A group of bailiffs followed and protected him. When they arrived at Hua family village, it was already noon. Many villagers had just finished their farm work and were carrying hoes home to cook. "HM, is that young Master Chiao and Xiaojin? That brat is still alive? Why didn't the people from the yamen kill him? Hurry and look, the one with the surname Chiao and Xiaojin have changed into a new set of clothes, and there are many people riding horses behind them. What's going on?" Very quickly, someone noticed Qin Feng and the others. The procession of horses was too spectacular, and it was impossible to keep a low profile. In less than a minute, almost half of the villagers surrounded the village entrance. Everyone discussed and didn't understand what was going on. "Xiaojin, young Master Chiao, are you really back?" An old granny suddenly ran out of the crowd and excitedly rushed over with the help of a walking stick. Hua Xiaojin had already jumped off her horse and rushed over to hug Wang Xiumei. The two women started to cry and felt as if they were reunited between life and death. "Xiaojin, why are you back? The people from the yamen didn't bully you?" After crying for a while, Wang Xiumei calmed down and had a confused expression. Hua Xiaojin helped her granny wipe away her tears. A joyful smile suddenly blossomed on her face as she said, "Granny, young Master Chiao is so amazing. He's already the county magistrate. He was afraid that Granny would be worried, so he brought me back to tell you." When Hua Xiaojin's words fell into the crowd's ears, the Hua family village instantly exploded. "Holy shit, that girl Hua Xiaojin is crazy. She's actually talking nonsense." They even dared to impersonate the identity of the county magistrate. How did these two survive until now? The one with the surname Chiao. You actually dared to escape from the yamen and escape back to the Hua family village. If you have the guts, don't run. I'll call people to arrest you right now. Zhou Dafei suddenly jumped out of the crowd. Since last night, he had been waiting for Zhang Zhen to help him take credit at the yamen. In the end, there was no news at all. Instead, Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin came. Hua Xiaojin was already dissatisfied with Zhou Dafei. When she saw that he was disrespectful to young Master Qiao, she said with a huff, "Zhou Dafei, don't frame young Master Qiao. He didn't escape from prison. He's now the county magistrate of the West Town Yamen." The crowd exclaimed incessantly. The West Town magistrate was the highest-ranking official in this area. They had to kowtow when they saw the magistrate, but no one believed Hua Xiaojin's words. The reason why they were surprised was because they never imagined that Hua Xiaojin would dare to lie so boldly. "Huh, I think you're crazy, woman. That brat can be the county magistrate? Then Laozi is the magistrate." Zhou Dafei smiled coldly. He didn't put Hua Xiaojin and Qin Feng in his eyes at all. Now that he had curried favor with Zhang Jin, he believed that in a few days the Yamen would call him to receive his reward. Perhaps he could even get a position as a bailiff. If that happened, the entire Hua family village would be proud of him. At that time, he would forcefully take Hua Xiaojin and beat Qin Feng. Would this brat still be arrogant then? "I think you're the crazy one. You dare to pretend to be the magistrate." Hua Xiaojin pouted and glared at Zhou Dafei. Zhou Dafei suddenly froze. He suddenly didn't recognize Hua Xiaojin anymore. This woman used to be extremely weak. If he hit or scolded her, she wouldn't resist at all. But now she dared to talk back to him? Zhou Dafei was so angry that his eyes turned blood red. "Hua Xiaojin, you dare to yell at Laozi? Isn't it just being that Qiao's servant? Look at how capable you are. That brat pretended to be the county magistrate and is about to be beheaded. When he dies, I want to see who will help you." Zhou Dafei cursed angrily. Hua Xiaojin couldn't bear to hear others talk about Qin Feng being beheaded. She was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Zhou Dafei, I don't even want to pay attention to an ant like you. Yet you're throwing yourself at me. Don't tell me you have masochism." Qin Feng saw that Hua Xiaojin was anxious and stepped in front of her and Wang Shumei. Zhou Dafei was more or less afraid of Qin Feng's skills. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back. However, he was confident in his heart. Now that he had curried favor with Constable Zhang Jin of the Yamen, how could he be afraid of Qin Feng? Continue to be arrogant. "I'll go to the Yamen right now to find Lord Zhangzhen. When he brings people to capture you, let's see if you can still be so arrogant." Zhou Dafei had a card up his sleeve. After he finished speaking, he looked as if he was about to go down the mountain to the Yamen. The villagers all had playful smiles on their faces. They looked at Qin Feng with schadenfreude. They felt that this person didn't have long to live. Chapter 1362. Zhou Dafei suddenly froze. He was preoccupied with bickering with Hua Xiaojin and Qin Feng, and didn't pay attention to the group of people behind Qin Feng. After Qin Feng's reminder, everyone looked over, and their eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. Those people are really from the Yamen. Yeah, aren't they bailiffs from the Yamen? They're all wearing bailiff's armor. Holy shit! The sun rose from the west. Could that Qiao guy really have become the county magistrate? The Hua village people were dumbfounded. Young Master Qiao wasn't killed by the Yamen, and he even became the county magistrate. The world was coming to an end. Wang Long, Li Hu, and the others stood behind Qin Feng and were being pointed at by a group of poor people. They were so angry that they were about to explode. However, they still didn't understand the situation. Did county magistrate Wei really give the position of county magistrate to that Qiao guy? Was there something wrong with his brain? Do you really think I'll believe you just because you spent money to find a few people to act with you? Just as everyone was panicking, Zhou Dafei suddenly laughed loudly. He knew that Qin Feng was quite rich, and it wasn't hard at all to find a group of poor people to act. No matter what, Zhou Dafei didn't believe that Qin Feng became the county magistrate even if he was beaten to death. That was the highest official in West Town. Unless County Magistrate Wei was stupid, the position would have been passed on to young Master Wei. Why would it fall on Qin Feng? With Zhou Dafei's reminder, the Hua village people suddenly came to their senses. They only needed to think a bit to understand that this was definitely the Qiao guy acting. This Qiao guy is simply too daring. Not only did he pretend to be the county magistrate, he even hired people to pretend to be bailiffs. Even if he had 9 heads, it wouldn't be enough to behead him. The bailiffs of the West Town Yamen came yesterday, and none of these people are the bailiffs from yesterday. They're clearly fake. Hua Xiaojin, you bitch, look at what you've done. You'll only be happy if you kill everyone in Hua village. The crowd was in an uproar again, and some women started to curse at Hua Xiaojin. Now that Qin Feng had pretended to be the county magistrate, if this got to the Yamen, the entire Hua village would be in trouble. Little Zhen, how could you do such a thing? You'll really lose your head for this. Even Wang Xiumei was anxious. However, she only scolded Hua Xiaojin and immediately pushed her away. Hurry up and let young Master Qiao take you away. Leave distant Ice City. The further you run, the better. Hua Xiaojin felt depressed. Suddenly, she could somewhat understand young Master Qiao's feelings. Qin Feng was a little annoyed by the noise. He yelled at Wang Long, who was still in a daze. Are you stupid? Why aren't you arresting that unruly commoner for me? He insists that I'm a fake district magistrate. Give him 50 strokes of the cane first. Under Qin Feng's command, Wang Long and Li Hu immediately rushed towards Zhou Dafei. They didn't want to pay attention to Qin Feng, but after being abused this morning, they didn't dare to disobey. Both of them were experts at the first stage of true qi. They grabbed Zhou Dafei like a little chick and brought him in front of Qin Feng. The villagers were stupefied. Was this guy surnamed Qiao addicted to pretending to be the district magistrate? County Magistrate Qiao, can we execute it now? Wang Long asked respectfully. Beat him. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, 2 more bailiffs rushed up and pressed Zhou Dafei to the ground. Wang Long directly pulled down his pants. The village woman was so embarrassed that she immediately turned her head, but there were also some people who peeked out of curiosity. Pa! Wang Long and Li Hu already made their moves. Their strength was so strong that Zhou Dafei felt his buttocks blossom with one strike of the cane. Ayo! Fuck your grandpa, you guys really dare to hit me? Do you really think you're bailiffs? Hurry up and help me up. I'm going to the Yamen to sue you. Zhou Dafei still didn't understand the situation. He angrily cursed. Wang Long and Li Hu already had a belly full of anger. Their blows became even heavier. You idiot! I'm not a bailiff, you're a bailiff. You unruly commoner, I'll break your dog legs. Zhou Dafei still wanted to threaten them, but after 3 strikes of the cane, he was already in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Wang Long and Li, who didn't care about this person's life or death, they each hit him with vigor. The villagers cried out when they saw this. Zhou Hai angrily rushed out, pointed at Qin Feng's nose and cursed. Qin Feng called out a few bailiffs, and Zhou Hai was also given 50 strokes of the cane. It was noon, and everyone wasn't afraid of the hot sun. They didn't even eat and surrounded the village entrance to watch Zhou Dafei and his son get beaten. The villagers were extremely depressed. They still didn't believe that Qin Feng was the county magistrate. Seeing this brat put on a show, they thought he was really crazy. Qin Feng didn't care about their thoughts. He was already comforting Wang Xiumei with Hua Xiaojin. Hua Xiaojin stood close to Qin Feng with her back to Zhou Dafei and Li Hu. She didn't dare to look around. She was deeply afraid that her eyes would be polluted and she wouldn't be able to serve young Master Qiao. The 50 strokes of the cane ended quickly. Actually, by the time it reached the 10th stroke, Zhou Hai and his son had already fainted. However, Wang Long and the others wouldn't stop. They wanted to vent all the anger in their hearts today. County Magistrate Qiao, those 2 guys are unconscious. Should we behead them on the spot? Wang Long had already arrived at Qin Feng's side. His expression was serious, and he didn't look like he was joking at all. The villagers trembled in fear. They thought to themselves that this Chow guy was going crazy from acting. He wouldn't actually kill the Zhou father and son in front of everyone, right? Qin Feng had long disliked Zhou Hai and his son, but he wouldn't go so far as to kill them. In the end, these two were just poor people at the bottom of the social ladder. They just developed a personality that went with the wind. Moreover, Wang Xiumei had long since expressed her vow to stay in Hua village. If Qin Feng really killed the Zhou father and son, how could Wang Xiumei stay in Hua village in the future? Don't worry about those two. Bring the things they brought back into the house. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Wang Long and the others immediately got to work. On the horses they rode, there were 2 large sacks. This time, they carried more than a dozen sacks, which made the villagers confused. Xiaojin, what is this? Wang Xiumei asked when she saw those people carrying sacks and walking towards her house. Hua Xiaojin's face lit up with a blissful smile. She sneaked a glance at Qin Feng and then said to Wang Xiumei, "Grandma, those sacks are all beef, lamb, horse, chicken, duck, fish, and some silk clothes, cloth shoes, cotton-padded jackets, bedding, and some loose silver." Hua Xiaojin felt that she couldn't finish talking. Those things were all brought by Qin Feng. At the time, Hua Xiaojin jumped in fright. The villagers cried out in alarm, and Wang Xiumei sat on the ground in fright. These dozen or so sacks were actually filled with expensive goods. Where did Xiaojin and young Master Qiao get them? Could young Master Qiao really have become the county magistrate? The villagers couldn't stay calm either. For the first time, they started to suspect that the Qiao guy didn't really become the county magistrate. County Magistrate Qiao, the things have been put away. These wicked people dared to question your identity. Should we arrest them and bring them back to the yamen? Wang Long ran over, tired and sweating. The villagers couldn't hold it in any more. A bold youth stood out and said, "You guys say you're from the yamen? Do you have any proof?" Wang Long wanted to slap that idiot to death, but seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, he didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. This is the yamen's token. We're all constables of the West Town Yamen. This is the newly appointed County Magistrate Chao. Why aren't you kneeling when you see County Magistrate Chao?" Wang Long took out an identity token from his waist, and the crowd immediately cried out in alarm. Wasn't this the token that represented the identity of a constable? It's really the Yamen's constables. How is this possible? Someone came to his senses with a start and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. This brat had just offended a group of bailiffs yesterday afternoon and was taken back to the West Town Yamen. Today he had returned triumphantly as the county magistrate. This was simply too legendary. This lowly one pays his respects to the county magistrate. I hope the county magistrate won't blame us. A few villagers had already knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Qin Feng. The others came to their senses one after another and knelt down. They were so scared that their bodies trembled. Wang Xiumei was also scared silly. She prepared to kneel, but Qin Feng supported her. At the same time, he pulled Hua Xiaojin back. Otherwise, this woman would also kneel. There were several dozen Hua family villagers in front of him, and they all knelt in a row. It was a spectacular scene. Young Master Qiao, Hua Xiaojin trembled in fear at the scene. Before she finished speaking, Qin Feng understood what she meant. He said to the villagers, "Everyone get up. I'm not here to suppress you. I just came back to see Third Grandma Wang. Now that I'm the county magistrate of West Town, I'll expand the development of Hua family village in the future. You can all live here in peace." Qin Feng didn't have any enmity with these villagers, so he didn't make things difficult for them. When everyone heard these words, they all let out long sighs of relief. However, they still didn't get up. The idea of being a lowly commoner that had been instilled in them for decades was deeply ingrained. After knowing that Qin Feng was really the newly appointed county magistrate, they didn't dare to slight him in the slightest. Qin Feng couldn't persuade these people, so he simply pulled Hua Xiaojin and Wang Xiumei into the house. After seeing Qin Feng leave, the villagers dared to get up. They hurriedly ran home to hide. Wang Long and the other bailiffs stood guard at the village entrance. They couldn't complain even though they were standing under the scorching sun. Wang Xiumei was still in a daze. She couldn't understand how young Master Qiao had suddenly become the county magistrate. Young Master Qiao. No, County Magistrate Qiao, this old servant greets you. Wang Xiumei was a bit afraid of Qin Feng. She entered the house and wanted to kneel again. Qin Feng felt helpless. He supported her and said, "Third Grandma Wang, don't be so polite with me. Xiao Zhan is my servant, so we're considered family." Wang Xiumei suddenly burst into tears. She knew that her granddaughter had found a good master. Being able to give Xiao Zhen to Qin Feng meant that Wang Xiumei's last worry was completely gone. Qin Feng had dinner at home. Wang Xiumei and Hua Xiaojin still refused to sit down. However, they were more talkative and wore sweet smiles on their faces. Qin Feng had been in the divine Great Land for a week, and this meal made him feel like he was at home. He missed the women in Hero City even more now. Qin Feng had been in the divine Great Land for a week. Chapter 1363. The next morning, Qin Feng left Hua Village with Hua Xiaojin and the bailiffs. The people of Hua Village escorted them from 1,000 miles away. They were certain that young Master Qiao was the new district magistrate, but they still found it hard to believe. The group of people rushed back to the yamen. As soon as they returned, they saw Wei Changming rushing over anxiously. "County Magistrate Qiao, you're finally back. An important person has come to the yamen. You should go and receive him." Although Wei Changming had swallowed his anger in front of Qin Feng, this was the first time he had addressed Qin Feng respectfully. Qin Feng immediately knew that trouble was coming. Until now, he still didn't understand why the Wei father and son gave the position of district magistrate to him. Qin Feng guessed that their intentions were clear, but he didn't care too much. Hua Xiaojin, on the other hand, became nervous. She grabbed Qin Feng's clothes tightly and looked at him worriedly. Qin Feng patted Hua Xiaojin's arm to comfort her and asked Wei Changming, "What important person has come?" Even Wang Long and the others were confused. Wei Changming said anxiously, "The disciples of distant ice cities, 3 sacred gates, are here. County Magistrate Qiao, don't ask so much and follow me in." Qin Feng's eyes brightened. He came to the yamen to wait for the sacred gate disciples. He didn't expect them to come so soon. Hua Xiaojin and the bailiff's expressions changed drastically when they heard the 2 words, sacred gate. They looked very fearful. In this divine land, the people of the sacred gate were the people of the sacred gate, especially the sect leaders of the sacred gate. They were existences that stood above tens of thousands of people. Even the city lords of the 8 major cities were their subordinates. As for this West Town's district magistrate, he didn't even deserve to carry the shoes of the sacred gate disciples. "Oh no, young Master Qiao, I know why they made you the district magistrate. Let's go, or else you'll be in big trouble." Hua Xiaojin suddenly woke up and pulled Qin Feng to escape. Qin Feng asked, "Why did they make me the district magistrate?" Hua Xiaojin was still a little fearful of Wei Changming, Wang Long, and the others. She suppressed her voice and said, "Now that the distant Ice City and Meteor City are at war, the moment the Holy Gate sends out disciples, they will have to mobilize the bailiffs and officials of the various regions in the city to go to the battlefield. That Wei Jingsheng is definitely unwilling to go, so he threw this difficult task to young Master Qiao." Hua Xiaojin wasn't an idiot. She thought of such a faraway matter, and Qin Feng suddenly realized something. However, he wasn't too worried. Although the true qi in his body had yet to recover, with the flying sword in his hand, even if he couldn't defeat the Holy Gate's disciples, escaping with Hua Xiaojin wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, Wei Changming was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was subservient to Qin Feng just for this moment. If he messed things up today, he would definitely kill Qin Feng with his own hands. What are you mumbling about, you lowly servant? There's no place for you to speak here. Shut up. Wei Changming suddenly flared up. He guessed that Hua Xiaojin was trying to persuade Qin Feng to leave. Hua Xiaojin was so frightened that she immediately shut her mouth. She lowered her head and shivered. Qin Feng walked in front of Wei Changming with large strides, raised his hand and slapped him twice. You unfilial son! How dare you behave atrociously toward your father's servant? See if father won't slap your mouth until it's rotten. The two dull sounds had already faded away, but Hua Xiaojin, Wang Long, and the others were still in a daze. Wei Changming covered his red and swollen face and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. No one had ever dared to slap him in his entire life. You with the surname Qiao, you even dare to hit me? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that I can immediately remove you from your position as the county magistrate with just a word from me? Wei Changming was truly enraged, and he started scolding Qin Feng. When Hua Xiaojin saw that her master was standing up for her, she was extremely grateful and worried for Qin Feng at the same time. Wang Long, Li Hu, and the others had long found Qin Feng an eyesore. They immediately pulled out half of their cold sabers and surrounded him. As long as Wei Changming gave the order, they would definitely slice this bastard Qin Feng into two. Faced with such a situation, Qin Feng smiled faintly and said, You're so capable? Then remove me from my position as the county magistrate. I don't want to do it anymore. Qin Feng already knew what the Wei father and son were thinking, so he wasn't afraid of Wei Changming's threat. However, Wang Long didn't know. He yelled at Qin Feng, Stinking brat, if you want to remove me, then remove me. Who do you think you are? Young Master Wei, this guy is too arrogant. Quickly remove him from his position as the county magistrate, and I will immediately remove him. Wang Long and Li Hu glared at Qin Feng. They were about to attack, but they were stunned by Wei Changming's two slaps. Young Master Wei, you! The two of them were so angry that they almost killed Wei Changming with their sabers. Wei Changming hadn't finished his official business yet, so he had to let Qin Feng have his way. However, he wasn't afraid of Wang Long and Li Hu. Seeing that they were still unconvinced, he slapped them again. You still dare to glare at me? Have you grown wings? Do you believe that I won't remove you two from your positions as constables? The two of them instantly cowered. If they lost their positions as constables, they could only be reduced to bandits. Hua Xiaojin was confused by the sudden change in the situation. Wei Changming suppressed the anger in his heart. After slapping the two of them, he squeezed a smile on his face and moved closer to Qin Feng. Hee, Magistrate Qiao, I taught those two disobedient bastards a lesson. Magistrate Qiao, don't bother with them anymore. It's not good for your noble status. There are esteemed guests waiting for Magistrate Qiao in the main hall. Hurry up and follow me. When Wei Changming got to business, Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. He pulled Hua Xiaojin into the yamen. After passing through the courtyard, they arrived at the main hall. There were already people sitting on both sides, and they were all warriors dressed in long robes. Hee, seniors from the Holy Gate, Magistrate Qiao went out to deal with some matters. He is back now. Sorry for the long wait. Wei Changming didn't dare to slight these Holy Gate's disciples. He had heard that these people were true experts. They could take a person's life with a flick of their fingers. If they angered them, they wouldn't even know how they died. Hua Xiaojin had never seen a true Holy Gate's disciple before. The moment she entered the room, her legs trembled. Wang Long, Li Hu, and the other bailiffs didn't even dare to enter the door. They stood in two rows at the entrance, like two stone pillars. Only Qin Feng's expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't see the two rows of Holy Gate's disciples. He actually pulled Hua Xiaojin and swaggered to the stone chair at the highest position. Cold sweat appeared on Wei Changming's forehead. He thought that this Qiao guy was an idiot. It was one thing to act cool in front of him, but he still acted so recklessly in front of the Holy Gate seniors. As expected, the expressions of the men and women in the 2 rows below the stage sank. A youth wearing a white robe with a red sun pattern on his chest stood up. "You are the West Town Yamen's magistrate? How awe-inspiring! How dare you put on airs in front of our holy gate? Are you tired of living?" The moment this person finished speaking, his body suddenly emitted surging, true energy. There was a sudden gust of wind in the great hall, pressuring Wei Changming and the bailiffs at the entrance so much that they couldn't breathe. Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she was about to cry. She secretly grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's clothes. Wei Changming was also so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly stood up and said something good. "Senior, please don't be angry. Qiao, Magistrate Qiao just came back and doesn't know the identity of all the seniors." Then Magistrate Qiao quickly apologized to everyone. Wei Changming kept giving Qin Feng meaningful looks, but Qin Feng acted as if he couldn't see it. His gaze swept across the 2 rows of people below, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Spirit beast sex Ling Yin was actually sitting among them. Not long ago, Qin Feng broke through the formation to enter the Despair Gate, but he was almost killed by Ling Yin in the formation. He swore that the next time he saw this woman, he would make her regret it. He didn't expect to meet her so soon. However, Qin Feng quickly calmed down. Right now, he couldn't circulate true energy. If he wanted to kill this woman, he could only use star technology. However, Ling Yin was a stage 4 true Qi expert, so killing her wouldn't be easy. If he didn't kill this woman and exposed his identity, he would be in big trouble. "Stinking brat, are you stupid? Quickly kowtow and admit your mistake." Seeing that Qin Feng didn't respond for a long time, the white-robed man roared again. Wei Changming was angry and afraid. He didn't dare to stand up and say anything else. After Qin Feng came back to his senses, his gaze fell on the Holy Gate disciple. He quickly recognized this person's identity. It turned out that he was a disciple of the Red Sun sect. Not long ago, Qin Feng fought with the Despair Gate on the ocean of Hero City. The Red Sun sect's elder Sun Hung died under his blade. This man in front of him was in his early 30s, and he was only at stage 4 true Qi. How dare he be so arrogant with Qin Feng? The atmosphere instantly froze. Wei Changming and Hua Xiaojin were anxious to death. The Red Sun sect's disciple, Sun Dao, had run out of patience. Suddenly, he swung his sword and stabbed towards Gao Tang. "Stinking brat, I think you're courting death," Hua Xiaojin cried out in fright. Wei Changming fell to the ground. In everyone's eyes, Qin Feng would die without a doubt under Seeking Dao's sword. As such, the plan that Wei Changming and his father had painstakingly laid out would be destroyed. "Wait, I have a spirit weapon on me." Seeing that the sword was about to pierce his throat, Qin Feng spoke unhurriedly. Sun Dao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly withdrew his sword. He almost killed Qin Feng. "You have a spirit weapon? Do you know what a spirit weapon is?" Sun Dao said with a cold expression. Even the other Holy Gate's disciples who were sitting below were excited. They stood up and looked at Qin Feng. Wei Changming and the bailiffs didn't know what Qin Feng was planning. Although they hadn't seen a spirit weapon before, they knew it was an extremely rare treasure in the divine continent. The Holy Gate disciples fought for it. How could this Qiao guy have such a thing? Wei Changming was about to die from anger. This guy even dared to lie to a Holy Gate senior? At this time, a sword hum sounded in the air. As if he was performing a magic trick, a pink long sword appeared in Qin Feng's hand. The moon sorrow seemed to flow with a majestic aura. It was the condensation of the moon god's power. Once this sword appeared, the hall became silent. It was as if time had stopped. Chapter 1364. Swoosh! Several gusts of wind blew past, and the Holy Gate's disciples, who were originally standing below the stage, all stood on the stage. Wei Changming and the rest didn't even have time to react, as they were shocked by the strength of the Holy Gate's disciples. However, the Sacred Gate disciples were shocked by Munmorn in Qin Feng's hand. It's really a rare pink equipment and a spiritual sword. Our White Warehouse sect happens to be a sword sect. This spiritual sword is mine. A man in his early 40s reached out to grab the spiritual sword in Qin Feng's hand. He was Xia Long, a disciple of White Warehouse sect. However, before he could grab the spiritual sword, Sun Dao stopped him with a palm. Xia Long, what do you mean by this? I found this spiritual sword first. Sun Dao's face was cold. This was a rare pink equipment. How could he give it to others? The two were quarreling fiercely when Ling Yin also reached out. Qin Feng dodged to the side. Ling Yin, his expression changed drastically. She actually snatched nothing? You're a warrior? How could you dodge me? Ling Yin glared at Qin Feng with a cold face. The situation was suddenly about to fight. Hua Xiaojin was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Sun Dao and Xia Long saw that the Spirit Beast sect people also had their eyes on the spiritual sword. The two immediately stopped and blocked Ling Yin from both sides. What are you doing? Ling Yin glared at the two angrily. Xia Long said, Junior Sister Yin, this spiritual sword is mine. I advise you not to have any ideas about it. Sun Dao immediately rebuked Xia Long. Do you have any shame? That spirit sword is clearly mine. The two went from fighting to bickering, but Ling Yin couldn't snatch it openly anymore. Among the three, Xia Long was the strongest. He had stepped into the 5th stage of true qi. Ling Yin and Sun Dao were both at the 4th stage of true qi. The three of them each brought 3 disciples, but they were all at the 2nd or 3rd stage of true qi. Seeing that the 3 forces were about to fight, Hua Xiaojin and the others were anxious. Qin Feng, on the other hand, wanted to laugh. He deliberately took out Munmorn to incite the disciples of the 3 sects to fight. The 3 quarreled for a long time, but there was no result. According to the strength of the scene, Xia Long could kill the people from the other 2 sects and snatch the spiritual sword. But if he did that, it would definitely cause a war between the 2 sects, and that would not be worth it. White Song faction, Red Sun faction, you'd better back off. I'm here on behalf of the Spirit Beast sect. If there's any discord, the Spirit Beast sect won't spare your sex. Ling Yin had lost her patience. In front of a rare pink spiritual sword, she directly brought out her backer. Sun Dao and Xia Long's expressions turned cold, but they didn't retort for a while. There were 3 sacred sects in distant Ice City, which were the White Song sect, the Red Sun sect, and the Spirit Beast sect. However, the Spirit Beast sect was the strongest. Even if the White Song sect and the Red Sun sect joined forces, they might not be a match for the Spirit Beast sect. There's no need for the 3 of you to quarrel. I'll keep this spiritual sword for myself for now. After this expedition to the battlefield, I'll give this sword to whoever kills the most enemies. Qin Feng suddenly opened his mouth. Ling Yin, and the other 2 looked at him. They almost forgot that this spiritual sword actually belonged to Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng casually take out a pink spiritual sword, Sun Dao's attitude toward him changed a little. He said in a calm tone, County Magistrate Xiao, do you have any other spiritual weapons? Where did you get that spiritual sword? Sun Dao's question also hit the bottom of Ling Yin, and Xia Long's hearts. As sacred sect's disciples, it was rare for them to see a blue-grade spiritual weapon. Most of them used white or orange-grade spiritual weapons. However, Qin Feng, a mere county magistrate, actually got his hands on a rare pink-grade spiritual weapon. It was simply unimaginable. I have a few spiritual weapons with me. These spiritual weapons are of similar quality. They're all antiques that I've collected from all over the years when I was the county magistrate. Later on, I found out that some of these antiques are spiritual weapons, so I've been keeping them. Qin Feng casually made up an excuse, but Ling Yin, and the other two were dumbfounded. Qin Feng said he had a lot of spiritual weapons with similar quality. Didn't that mean that he had a lot of rare pink grade spiritual weapons? Ling Yin, and the other two's eyes lit up. They couldn't wait to kidnap Qin Feng on the spot and force him to hand over all his spiritual weapons. However, the three of them didn't make a move in the end. They were apprehensive of Qin Feng's power. Good, very good. County Magistrate Xiao, I like your character very much. Can we be friends? Sun Dao, who was arrogant and despotic just a moment ago, and even wanted Qin Feng to kneel and beg for mercy, now looked like he was trying to curry favor with Qin Feng. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Long came up to Qin Feng and cupped his fist. County Magistrate Xiao, I'm Xia Long, a disciple of White Barn Sect. If County Magistrate Xiao wants to join the Holy Gate, I can bring you back to White Barn Sect. Both of them started to curry favor with Qin Feng. Their target was the rare pink grade spiritual weapon. Ling Yin clenched her teeth in anger. She stood up and said, County Magistrate Xiao, White Barn Sect and Red Sun Sect are nothing. The stability and prosperity of Distant Ice City depends on our Spirit Beast Sect. If County Magistrate Xiao is willing to give me all his spiritual weapons, I'll report this to the elders when I return to the sect. By then, it won't be difficult for County Magistrate Xiao to be promoted to a prefecture governor or even a city governor. The three of them threw out generous bait, and Hua Xiaojin was dizzy. Wei Changming's eyes almost popped out of his head. He started to regret the plan he had arranged with his father. As for Wang Long, Li Hu, and the others who were standing outside the door, they were completely speechless. They thought this Qiao guy was too lucky. Why did he have people fawn over him wherever he went? All three of you are experts from the Holy Gate. This is putting me in a difficult position. I believe that no matter which party I give the spiritual weapons to, the other two parties will bear a grudge against me. If that's the case, I'll keep the spiritual weapons for now and look at them in the future. What Qin Feng said was the truth. Ling Yin, and the others couldn't refute him. The three of them looked at each other coldly, but they didn't force Qin Feng to take out his spiritual weapons. After all, no one was willing to give in. Even if Qin Feng took out his rare pink-grade spiritual weapons, they would still have to fight out. County Magistrate Xiao will do as you say. The three of them finally retreated and sat in their seats absent-mindedly. They were thinking of ways to take away Qin Feng's spiritual weapons. Qin Feng sat in the hall, while Hua Xiaojin carefully fanned him from behind. Wei Changming was still in a daze. He thought Xiao was going to be tortured to death by the seniors from the Holy Gate. In the end, he became the treasure that the Holy Gate fought over. Unfilial son, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pour some tea for the guests. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Wei Changming, and Wei Changming instantly snapped out of his daze. He was so angry that his face turned ashen. All his life, he was used to serving others. When had he ever served others like a servant? However, Wei Changming didn't dare to disobey these experts from the Holy Gate. At that time, Qin Feng didn't even need to make a move. These people would kill him with a single slap. The situation was stabilized by Qin Feng. Wei Changming was busy pouring tea for everyone, but Qin Feng treated him like air. He said to the people from the Holy Gate, "My friends, everyone came from afar. I believe it's for the war, right?" Logically speaking, a county magistrate status was nothing in front of a Holy Gate disciple. The county magistrate spoke with great caution, and the Holy Gate disciples were cold and indifferent to him. But now that they knew Qin Feng had many rare pink-grade spiritual weapons, Ling Yin, and the others fought to speak to Qin Feng first. They wanted to get closer to him. County Magistrate Chiao, we are indeed here for the war. Soon Dao interrupted, and his face was flushed with excitement. Xialong added, now that the war between distant Ice City and Meteor City is at hand, the Holy Gate sent us here to mobilize the government forces. If there are no mistakes, we will set off in 3 days, Ling Yin-er added. Actually, the war between the two cities depends on the strength of the Holy Gate. Our distant Ice City is led by the Spirit Beast sect, and the Red Sun sect and the White Song sect are supporting. Meteor City is led by Ji Qin, and the Moonfall Spring sect and the Cloud Volcano sect are supporting. Based on the strength of the sects, they are evenly matched. This will be a tough battle. Ling Yin-er belittled the White Song sect and the Red Sun sect in front of everyone. Sun Dao and Xiaolong were infuriated, but they didn't retort because what Ling Yin-er said was the truth. Qin Feng had heard of all these sects, and he had even killed their disciples. Now he felt somewhat fortunate that he had used the 100 transformation mask to change his appearance when he entered the Extinction sect. Otherwise, if he were to bump into Ling Yin-er with his current appearance, there would definitely be a fierce battle. After the three of them explained the situation, Qin Feng understood a lot about the war between the two cities. Meteor City and distant Ice City were separated by a mountain. The size, power, and development of the two cities were about the same. Therefore, the Saint Gates of both cities were eyeing each other's cities. If they could merge the two cities, their power would be more than doubled. Qin Feng didn't have a good impression of the Extinction sects. Not long ago, he had tortured all of them in the outside world. Now that the two cities were at war, Qin Feng suddenly had an idea. He could let them fight to the death, and then he could reap the benefits. All right, I will issue an announcement later to gather the young adults of West Town and the 3 villages to wait for the war. At this point, Qin Feng sent Wang Long and Li Hu away to deal with the business. Ling Yin-er and the others were arranged to rest in their rooms. Wei Changming was still in a daze. When he saw that Qin Feng seemed to have connections with the Holy Gate, he was extremely jealous. He even thought that if his father hadn't left, maybe he and his father could have taken this opportunity to become the Holy Gate's disciples. Qin Feng stayed in his room for the whole afternoon. Although he used the 100 transformation mask to change his appearance to Qiao Feng, some of his habitual actions were not easy to change. Now that his strength had not recovered, it was better to keep a low profile and be cautious. However, when he just finished dinner, Ling Yin-er came looking for him. County Magistrate Chiao, are you free tonight? I want to invite you to my room for a chat. Ling Yin-er had changed out of the training clothes she wore in the afternoon. She was wearing a tight cheongsam skirt that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure. She seemed to have some light makeup on her face, and her beauty was outstanding. Chapter 1365. Qin Feng wasn't afraid of this woman. Back then, he was in a hurry to enter the Despair sect, so he neglected to guard against her. Now that Qin Feng was constantly on guard, Ling Yin-er was nothing to him. Yo, beautiful Yin-er, you look so beautiful tonight. Qin Feng looked like a pig as he stared fixedly at Ling Yin-er's breasts. A cold light flashed in Ling Yin-er's eyes, but she smiled and said, Magistrate Chiao, you're making fun of me. Why don't we go to my room and have a drink with Magistrate Chiao? Hua Xiaojin was unhappy that young Master Chiao was charmed by that vixen. She secretly tugged on Qin Feng's arm and looked at him with a wronged expression. Qin Feng glared at Hua Xiaojin and said, Do you have any sense? Hurry up and leave. I want to chat with beautiful Yin-er for the whole night. Hua Xiaojin's tears started to form, but she didn't say a word and walked out with her head lowered. Ling Yin-er originally wanted to trick Qin Feng into going to her room, but when she saw this man's impatient expression, Ling Yin-er suppressed the anger in her heart. However, before she obtained the spiritual weapon, she couldn't explode. Ha! Magistrate Chiao, you're really tall and sturdy. Let this little girl toast you. Ling Yin-er poured a glass of wine for Qin Feng, but in a split second, she put some knockout drug in it. If this was done in front of an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to see it. However, how could she see through Qin Feng's sharp eyes? Qin Feng pretended not to see anything. When he received the glass of wine, he purposely touched Ling Yun'er's lily-white hand, deliberately angering this woman. Haha, this young master is very happy to be able to drink and chat with a great beauty like Yun'er. Ling Yun'er was so angry that she almost exploded. However, she suppressed the anger in her heart when she saw Qin Feng tilt his head back and drink the wine. Magistrate Xiao, this little girl toasts you again. Ling Yun'er was afraid that the effect of the knockout drug wasn't enough, so she poured another glass. Qin Feng didn't refuse. He had the all-purpose antidote in his body, so any poison that entered his body was automatically neutralized. Being touched by Qin Feng again, Ling Yun'er was so angry that she almost crushed her teeth. She lost her patience. Seeing that the 2 glasses of wine were enough, she started to get to the point. Magistrate Xiao, where's the spiritual sword you took out at noon? Why don't you take it out and let me see it? Ling Yun'er's voice sounded as if she was acting coquettishly. This woman's looks were not bad, and her skin was as white as snow. In addition, after cultivating, her body had a hint of immortal qi. If an ordinary man was in front of her, they would have long since pounced on her. However, Qin Feng didn't feel anything. All of the women around him were prettier than Ling Yun'er. Even that girl, Hua Xiaojin, was prettier than Ling Yun'er after she dressed up. Beautiful Yun'er wants to see the great protector sword. Qin Feng pretended to be lecherous and even twitched his eyebrows at Ling Yun'er. Ling Yun'er's lily-white hand instinctively touched the long sword at her waist. She almost slashed Qin Feng, but she endured it and continued to smile. That's right, Magistrate Xiao. I want to see your great protector sword. Qin Feng laughed loudly. He suddenly stood up and looked like he was going to undo his belt. Ling Yun'er was embarrassed and angry. She slammed the table and shouted, "Xiao, what are you doing?" The woman was completely enraged. Qin Feng looked at her in confusion and said, "Didn't you want to see my great protector sword? I'm taking it out now." Ling Yun'er was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. But very quickly, her face was so red that it seemed like it was going to burn. This Xiao was really too shameless. "Magistrate Xiao, I'm talking about that pink spirit sword," Ling Yun'er said through gritted teeth. Qin Feng slapped his forehead and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. "Ayo, so beautiful Yun'er wants to see that sword. I almost misunderstood." Qin Feng didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he looked into his thighs. He was deliberately angering Ling Yun'er. This woman almost killed him. Ling Yun'er was about to go crazy because of Qin Feng. If it wasn't for the spirit sword and the other spirit weapons on Qin Feng's body, she would have slashed this reckless brat in half. "Beautiful Yun'er, don't be anxious. I'll take out the treasure for you now." Seeing that Ling Yun'er was so angry that she didn't say anything, Qin Feng waved his hand and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Ling Yun'er almost pulled out her sword again. She thought that Qin Feng was playing with her again, but halfway through her action, she was stunned. The room was filled with a rich fragrance of medicine. What Qin Feng took out was a bottle of medicinal pills. "What kind of medicinal pill is this?" Ling Yun'er's eyes lit up. Qin Feng poured out one pill. The pill was round and milky white. It looked like a pearl. "This is the essence gathering pill. It can condense spiritual energy and increase the speed of cultivation." As a disciple of the Holy Gate, Ling Yun'er naturally knew what the spirit gathering pill was. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at the spirit gathering pill in Qin Feng's hand. It was as if she was staring at a spring in a desert. "Essence gathering pill? Is this really a grade 5 essence gathering pill?" Ling Yun'er was stunned. She looked at Qin Feng and the pill in his hand in disbelief. Isn't this brat just the magistrate of the West Town Yamen? Where did he get so many treasures? A pink spirit weapon and a grade 5 essence gathering pill? One had to know how precious medicinal pills were to Holy Gate disciples. Moreover, this was a grade 5 essence gathering pill. Even with Ling Yun'er's status in the Spirit Bee sect, she had never eaten a grade 5 essence gathering pill. Quick, give it to me. After regaining her senses, Ling Yun'er snatched the essence gathering pill without hesitation and swallowed it. Her face was filled with ecstasy. She had been stuck at stage 4 true Qi for more than 2 years. With the help of the essence gathering pill, she might have a chance to break through to stage 5 true Qi. This grade 5 essence gathering pill was indeed precious, but it was nothing in Qin Feng's eyes. During the alchemy conference, Hua Tuo refined the upgraded version of the essence gathering pill, the ascending spirit pill. That ascending spirit pill was a grade 6 gold pill, which was a level higher than the essence gathering pill. Looking at the excited Ling Yun'er, Qin Feng was amused. The reason why he took out the essence gathering pill was naturally not to give it to her out of kindness. Qin Feng had added poison into the pill. When the medicinal effect took effect, it would suppress Ling Yun'er's strength. Ha 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 ha. County Magistrate Xiao, you really are my treasure. Ling Yun'er felt that the pill had already entered her bloodstream. She stared at Qin Feng and laughed uncontrollably. She calculated the time, and the knockout drug was about to take effect. When Qin Feng fainted, she would snatch away this guy's treasure. Qin Feng pretended that nothing had happened and said with a smile, "Beautiful Yun'er, what you said is wrong. How can I be your treasure? You are more like my little treasure." Qin Feng revealed a naughty smile and stared at Ling Yun'er's chest. Ling Yun'er's laughter suddenly stopped. She was so angry that she wanted to stab Qin Feng's head with her sword. However, before she could pull out her long sword, she heard Qin Feng continue, "That's right, beautiful Yun'er. I have some doubts about cultivation. I wonder if you could explain it to me?" "What doubts?" Ling Yun'er's expression was cold. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see it. Why are all the martial artists in the divine great land at the true Qi realm? Are there no lower realms? This question had been bottled up in Qin Feng's heart for a long time. Ever since he entered the dead door, whether it was the thugs from the black shop, the bandits, or the bailiffs, they were all experts in the true Qi realm. It was as if there was no inner Qi realm here. Ling Yun'er looked at Qin Feng strangely and said, "Are you from here or not? The divine great land's spiritual energy is abundant. Stepping into the threshold of cultivation starts from the first stage of true Qi. Do you think there are lower realms?" Qin Feng was shocked. The divine great land actually started from the first stage of true Qi. He suddenly thought of the systems Heavenly Blessing and Earthly Cave Pavilion. When he first unlocked this interface, Little Pig said that if one cultivated in the Heavenly Blessing and Earthly Cave Pavilion, they would directly start from the true Qi realm. The spiritual energy in the divine great land was as thick as the Heavenly Blessing and Earthly Cave Pavilion. It seemed that this was simply an enlarged version of the innate cave pavilion. Ling Yun'er still stared at Qin Feng suspiciously. The suspicion in her heart grew stronger. There were realms below true Qi, but those realms were the inner Qi realm of martial artists in the outside world. Ling Yun'er had just returned from the outside world and had some understanding of the secular world of China. "Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that you know there are realms below true Qi realm?" Ling Yun'er asked in a low voice. Qin Feng realized that this woman was somewhat suspicious of him. He said unhurriedly, "Beautiful Yun'er, what's wrong? Why are you being so serious? How would I know what realms there are below true Qi realm? I haven't even broken through to true Qi realm, so I don't know anything. That's why I'm asking you." Ling Yun'er had long discovered that Qin Feng didn't have any true Qi fluctuations on his body. Indeed, he hadn't stepped into the path of cultivation. However, when she thought about how she wanted to snatch the spirit sword from Qin Feng's hands at noon in the Great Hall, she thought it was a bit strange that the brat could avoid her. However, She couldn't figure it out for a while, so Ling Yuner focused her attention on Qin Feng's treasures. Compared to those spirit weapons and spirit pills, Ling Yuner was too lazy to care about what secrets Qin Feng had. County Magistrate Xiao, what other spirit weapons and spirit pills do you have? Take them all out and let this little girl have a look. This woman was indeed sinister and cunning. She was cold just now, but now she was smiling at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng couldn't take out his spirit weapons. Previously, he had fought with the Extinction Sect's disciples in the outside world. He had used the Golden Phoenix, the Golden Wheel, the Rainbow Demon Storm Spear, and other super spirit weapons. If he took them out, Ling Yuner would definitely find out. Beautiful Yuner, I've hidden all those spirit weapons in the secret room. Tonight, I only have one spirit gathering pill on me. When I'm free, I'll take you to see them. Qin Feng casually found an excuse. Ling Yuner felt suffocated. She could tell that this Qiao guy wasn't stupid at all. He purposely hid the spirit weapons to save his life. Ling Yuner couldn't really kill Qin Feng. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said something else. County Magistrate Xiao, you have to keep your word. I'm waiting for you to take me to see your collection of spirit weapons. That's right, there's another matter I need County Magistrate Xiao's help with. Recently, there's a brat who is blind and offended the Spirit Beast sect. Our sect leader issued a wanted order. This is the brat's portrait. Put up the notice tomorrow morning. If anyone can provide clues about this person, the Spirit Beast sect will reward them with 10 taels of gold. Chapter 1366. Qin Feng glanced at the portrait drawn in ink on the white paper and almost jumped up. Wasn't that him? Magistrate Xiao, why are you so excited? Have you seen this person before? Ling Yuner stared at Qin Feng and asked. Qin Feng quickly calmed down. He was glad that he changed his appearance to Xiao Feng and entered the Despair Gate. He shook his head and said, I've never seen this person before. I was just shocked by his handsome appearance. Beautiful Yuner, what did this handsome guy do? What a pity. Ling Yuner was so angry that she rolled her eyes. She wanted to kill Qin Feng, but this Qiao guy said he was handsome? Magistrate Qiao, why are you looking at me like that? This person looks like a pile of dog shit. He's not even as handsome as you. Qin Feng didn't know whether Ling Yuner was praising him or scolding him. He quickly realized another problem. At that time, he almost died in the formation. Later, he killed those mountain bandits and left with Hua Xiaojin. How could this Ling Yuner be sure that he didn't die? Otherwise, why would she put out a warrant for his arrest? However, Qin Feng didn't want to ask too much about this in case Ling Yuner became suspicious. He looked at the time and saw that the poison in the spirit gathering pill had completely dissipated. Qin Feng's face suddenly lit up with an evil smile. Magistrate Qiao, what are you smiling at? Ling Yuner was very unhappy with Qin Feng's vulgar smile. Her pretty face turned cold. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear her. He stood up and walked towards her. When he first entered the Despair Gate, Qin Feng swore that the next time he saw Ling Yuner, he would definitely teach her a lesson. Qin Feng had always been a man of his words. Surname Qiao, if you dare take half a step closer, I'll make your head roll on the ground. Qin Feng had already walked to Ling Yuner's side. Ling Yuner's jade-like hand grasped the hilt of her sword, ready to attack at any time. However, Qin Feng ignored her. He suddenly reached out and hooked her chin, saying, Beautiful Yuner, didn't you look for me in the middle of the night to play with you? Why are you embarrassed? Ling Yuner was shocked at first. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. When she regained her senses, she immediately pulled out the sword. The long sword trembled, but it was caught by Qin Feng's 2 fingers. With a slight force, the long sword actually fell to the ground. What's going on? Why can't I circulate my jinqi? Ling Yuner was dumbstruck. She looked at her own hands like a fool. Qin Feng had already expected this. He pulled her into his embrace and caressed her. Beautiful Yuner, don't leave tonight. I'll teach you how to be a woman. Ling Yun'er was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was a dignified, genius disciple of the Spirit Beast sect. How could she look up to a mere county magistrate? However, Ling Yun'er tried her best, but was unable to activate her true qi. In the end, she used brute force to struggle, but she was unable to break free from Qin Feng's embrace. "Qiao, you dare to touch me? Who the fuck are you? You're not even fit to carry my shoes. Hurry up and let go. Otherwise, when I recover my strength, I'll tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs." Voila! Just as Ling Yun'er finished speaking, a few pieces of her clothes were ripped off by Qin Feng. Her fragrant shoulders and long legs were revealed, and a wave of fragrance wafted through the room. Ling Yun'er clenched her teeth so hard that they were about to break. She still couldn't understand how a mere county magistrate of West Town dared to lay a hand on her. Soon, she thought of another matter. She angrily shouted, "You drugged the spirit-gathering pill? You lowly commoner, you're courting death. Beautiful Yun'er, how can a spirit pill be eaten for free? One spirit pill in exchange for one night is already very worth it." Qin Feng deliberately angered this woman. Ling Yun'er's clothes had already been torn to pieces by Qin Feng. She gave off a wild and seductive feeling. Gotcha! However, at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open. Hua Xiaojin entered the room and froze at the door. She covered her small mouth to prevent herself from screaming. She looked at young Master Qiao and Ling Yun'er in disbelief. Qin Feng abruptly stopped what he was doing. Being caught by Hua Xiaojin made him a little embarrassed. When Ling Yun'er saw that someone had arrived, she hurriedly yelled at Hua Xiaojin, "What are you still standing there for, you lowly servant? Hurry up and call for help." Hua Xiaojin suddenly woke up. However, she didn't leave. Instead, she walked into the room and locked the door. This action stunned Qin Feng and Ling Yun'er. They didn't know what Hua Xiaojin was thinking. However, they saw her quickly walk towards Qin Feng and suddenly grab Ling Yun'er's struggling hands. "Xiaojin, W, what are you doing?" Qin Feng looked at her blankly. Ling Yun'er angrily shouted, "You lowly servant, you dare to grab me? Hurry up and let go of me. Believe it or not, I'll find a beggar on the street to do you." Hua Xiaojin was a little angry, but she ignored Ling Yun'er. She looked at Qin Feng and said, "Young Master Qiao, you want to do this woman, right? This lowly servant will help you control her." Qin Feng suddenly froze. He felt as if his view of the world had been turned upside down. Were all the maids of the divine great land so understanding? Qin Feng wondered if he should bring a dozen of them back when he left. Ling Yun'er was still shouting. She looked down on Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin. Qin Feng was already angry. He wanted to teach this woman a lesson. Hua Xiaojin grabbed Ling Yun'er from beginning to end, but she didn't dare to look around. However, when she heard the sound, Hua Xiaojin was a little excited. She had slept with Qin Feng for a few nights, but young Master Qiao didn't touch her. She felt a little disappointed. Half an hour later, Qin Feng put on his clothes. Ling Yun'er was lying on the ground, covered in sweat. She glared at Qin Feng. If the true qi in her body hadn't disappeared, she would have cut Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin into 1,000 pieces. During this time, Sun Dao and Xialong came by. They had the same goal as Ling Yun'er. They wanted to cheat Qin Feng of his treasures. However, when the two of them walked to the door, they heard Ling Yun'er's voice. They immediately became angry and secretly scolded this woman for not following the rules of a woman. After the big battle, Hua Xiaojin retreated to the side. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed after he calmed down. He secretly glanced at Hua Xiaojin and was relieved to see that she looked normal. "Qiao, you can kill me now if you can. If you let me leave this door, you and that woman will be chopped into meat paste." Ling Yun'er was too lazy to put on her clothes since she had been taken by Qin Feng. She was so angry that her chest heaved. Qin Feng had to admit that the girl was beautiful and had a good figure, but Qin Feng had no feelings for her all. He strode over with Moon's Sorrow in his hand. Ling Yinner was so scared that she was trembling. Magistrate Chow, don't kill me. Seeing that the sword was about to fall, Ling Yinner, who had been cold and arrogant a second ago, suddenly gave in. Hua Xiaojin despised her cowardly look. Moon's Sorrow hung above Ling Yinner's head. Qin Feng sneered. Spare your life? You have to give me a reason. At this moment, Ling Yinner was so angry that her blood was boiling. Even if you beat her to death, she would never have imagined that she would end up like this. A mere Yamen magistrate was not even comparable to a dog in her eyes. But now he had taken over her body and even decided her life. However, no matter how dissatisfied she was, Ling Yinner couldn't vent. She suddenly looked at Qin Feng charmingly and said, I can serve Magistrate Qiao every night in the future. I only ask that Magistrate Qiao spare my life. Hua Xiaojin didn't want to care about young Master Qiao's business. She knew that she didn't have the right to, but she couldn't stand Ling Yinner. This woman was sinister and cunning. If young Master Qiao kept her by his side, he would get into trouble sooner or later. Young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaojin called out pitifully, but she didn't say anything else. Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed facing Hua Xiaojin, but he understood what she meant. Xiaojin, go to sleep first. I'll go to Ling Yinner's room to talk about some business. Ling Yinner put on her clothes, and the two left the room. Hua Xiaojin looked at the empty room and sat on the bed alone, crying secretly. She thought that Qin Feng went to Ling Yinner's room to continue doing that. Now that young Master Qiao was bewitched by Ling Yinner, Hua Xiaojin was worried that young Master Qiao would abandon her. Qin Feng didn't think that Hua Xiaojin would think so much. Otherwise, he would have explained it to her first before leaving. At this time, the two of them arrived at Ling Yinner's room. Ling Yinner was about to take off her clothes, but Qin Feng stopped her. Do you really think that I spared your life because of your beauty? I don't care about your looks. Even my servant girl, Xiaojin, is 10,000 times better than you. Ling Yin was angered to death. No matter what, she could be considered a beauty in the Holy Gate, and there were countless disciples pursuing her. But now, she was being looked down upon by a small county magistrate. This was simply a humiliation. Magistrate Qiao, what will it take for you to let me go? Ling Yinner could only suppress her anger and plan to deal with Qin Feng after she escaped. How could her little thoughts escape Qin Feng's eyes? Qin Feng said, the spirit-gathering pill I gave you is extremely poisonous. The poison will suppress the true qi in your body. If you forcefully use your true qi, your tendons and veins will break, and you will bleed to death. Ling Yinner was so scared that her legs trembled. As a genius female disciple of Spirit Beast sect, she stepped into true qi stage for at the young age of 25. Her future was bright, and she didn't want to die so easily. Magistrate Qiao, we have no enmity between us. Why did you poison me? Ling Yinner was puzzled. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. You woman almost killed me, and you said there was no enmity between us? However, he couldn't reveal his identity now. If that happened, he had to kill Ling Yinner. However, Ling Yinner came with Red Sun sect and White Song sect disciples. If she suddenly died, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Let me ask you, where is Spirit Beast sect? Qin Feng went straight to the point. Ling Yinner was stunned for a moment, and her eyes became vigilant. Magistrate Qiao, why are you asking this? I see that your Sacred Gate disciples have noble identities and are all skilled in martial arts. I also want to join the Sacred Gate. I want to go to Spirit Beast sect to be apprenticed to a master, okay? Qin Feng casually made up an excuse. Ling Yinner felt depressed. Spirit Beast sect was a huge sect. How could you be apprenticed to a master just because you wanted to? Only by passing the disciple selection once every 3 years would you have the chance to join the various sacred gates. Magistrate Qiao, You definitely can't go to Spirit Beast sect rashly. Not only will you not be apprenticed to a master, you might even be treated as an enemy and killed. Ling Yun'er was very vigilant. She didn't reveal any information about Spirit Beast sect's location. Chapter 1367. Qin Feng knew what Ling Yun'er was thinking. When the elders of Spirit Beast sect came, this woman would definitely complain. At that time, not to mention going to Spirit Beast sect, she might even kill him in the Yamen. However, he pretended to be stupid and said, "Is what you said true? Is your sect's grand elder easy to talk to? What if he doesn't take me back?" Seeing that Qin Feng had taken the bait, Ling Yun'er hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Magistrate Xiao. When the time comes, I'll do my best to recommend you. Now that you've taken my body, of course I'll wholeheartedly follow you." Ling Yun'er began to pretend to be charming again. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. "Okay, then I'll believe you this once. If the elders really don't agree, I'll just give them the powder equipment I've kept for many years. That way they'll take me back, right?" Qin Feng said it casually, but Ling Yun'er was stunned. This brat really hid a few rare powder equipment, but if he really told the elders about these equipment, how would Ling Yun'er have the chance to get them? They would all be taken away by the elders. Magistrate Xiao, you mustn't tell the elders about the equipment and pills. Ling Yun'er urged anxiously. Qin Feng obviously understood this woman's thoughts, but he pretended to be confused and said, "Ah, why not? Could it be that you don't want me to join Spirit Beast sect? You just said you want to follow me wholeheartedly. You're a bitch." Qin Feng cursed and cursed. Ling Yun'er almost exploded with anger, but she still smiled and said, "Don't be angry, Lord Xiao. I'm already your woman. How can I not help you? I'm doing this to save you. If you tell the elders of Spirit Beast sect about the equipment and pills, they will definitely kill you." "Oh, those elders are so vicious?" Qin Feng looked nervous. "Lord Xiao, it's because I've become your woman. Otherwise, why would I say such things to others? Those elders are powerful and vicious. Try not to come into contact with them. When the time comes, I'll help you pave the way." Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. This woman, Ling Yun'er, really knew how to act. Her words sounded even better than her singing. Qin Feng didn't expose him. He said with some fear, "I see. Thank goodness you reminded me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep my life. Then I'll listen to you. I won't tell anyone about the spiritual weapon and spiritual pill. However, the disciples of the White Warehouse sect and the Red Sun sect also know about the spiritual weapon. What should I do?" Ling Yun'er was not worried that Xia Long and Sun Dao would leak the news, because if that happened, the two of them would not be able to get a single spiritual artifact. At that time, it would be the elders of the three sects fighting over the powder equipment and spiritual pills. After talking about the spiritual weapons, Qin Feng asked about another important matter. "Ling Yun'er, tell me in detail about the battle between the two cities. How many experts will the three sacred gates of distant Ice City send?" Ling Yun'er didn't think too much and said, "This time, our Spirit Beast sect master is determined to take Meteor City's territory. 3 days later, they will send a great elder at the 7th stage of True Qi, 3 elders at the 6th stage of True Qi, and many disciples. The forces that the Red Sun sect and the White Warehouse sect will send are about the same as the Spirit Beast sect." Qin Feng was shocked. This time they were going to gather 3 powerful experts at the 7th stage of True Qi, 6 at the 6th stage of True Qi, and countless disciples at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th stage. If such a powerful force was brought to the secular world of China and the outer world of martial arts, just standing there would scare the martial artists of the outside world to death. Currently, the strongest expert Qin Feng met was only at the 6th stage of True Qi. Now that he was injured, he was more or less worried. 20%. Are there any rules when the battle starts? Qin Feng continued to ask. Ling Yun'er looked at Qin Feng strangely. She increasingly felt that this person wasn't from this side. Why didn't he know any common sense? However, her life was still in Qin Feng's hands, so she didn't dare to ask any more questions. She said, "There are two ways to fight a war between two cities. One is to start an all-out war and fight to the death until the entire army is wiped out. The other is for both cities to send out some experts and let these experts fight. The side that wins the city." After talking with Ling Yuner for a long time, Qin Feng understood more about the matters of the divine continent. He preferred the first way. These sacred gates weren't good people. It was best to fight to the death. After asking what he needed to ask, Qin Feng didn't stay for long. Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly hugged by Ling Yuner from behind. Ling Yuner's heartbeat sped up. Ever since she was forcefully pushed by the spirit crane in the outside world, she would sometimes want that kind of thing. Tonight, Qin Feng's power subdued her. She didn't resist and instead enjoyed it. In the dead of night, Ling Yuner thought about it again. She was surprised to find herself immersed in Qin Feng's power. "Woman, what are you doing?" Qin Feng shook off Ling Yuner's arm and stared at her coldly. "Lord Qiao, don't leave tonight. Let this little girl serve you well." Ling Yuner's almond-shaped eyes were filled with lust. Qin Feng was shocked. He knew that Ling Yuner didn't need to dig any traps or tricks. Did this woman really want it? This made Qin Feng depressed. He couldn't understand Ling Yuner's thoughts. "I'm tired tonight. Let's talk about it next time." Qin Feng hurriedly ran out of Ling Yuner's room. Qin Feng came to punish this woman in the battle not long ago. He didn't expect that he wouldn't humiliate her. This woman was addicted to it. She really didn't know how to behave. When Qin Feng returned to his room, he found that Hua Xiaojin still hadn't fallen asleep. She hurriedly stood up from the bed and wiped the tears from her eyes. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. "Xiaojin, what's wrong?" Qin Feng came up and asked with concern. Hua Xiaojin shook her head and didn't say anything. Qin Feng pulled her to the bed and sat her down. After asking a few times, this girl finally spoke. "Qi, young Master Qiao, why you like that woman?" Hua Xiaojin asked carefully. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. If young Master Qiao really liked that woman, then wouldn't she be abandoned? How could I like Ling Yuner? That woman is vicious. I'm just acting with her. Don't worry about this. Qin Feng rubbed Hua Xiaojin's head. Hua Xiaojin's anxious heart finally calmed down. She had long felt that Ling Yuner didn't have good intentions. She wanted to warn young Master Qiao, but she found that young Master Qiao was an understanding person. He was just pretending to be confused. "Aya, young Master Qiao, please don't blame me. This lowly servant will go fill the bathwater." Hua Xiaojin had been worried all night. Only now did she realize that she didn't even prepare the bathwater. She hurriedly ran to get busy. Soon, Qin Feng was lying in the warm wooden tub. Hua Xiaojin carefully rubbed and massaged him. Tonight, Hua Xiaojin was a bit strange. Her eyes occasionally glanced at Qin Feng's legs. Hua Xiaojin knew that Qin Feng didn't like Ling Yuner. But why did he push that woman down? When she thought about this, Hua Xiaojin's eyes brightened. Young Master Qiao was a hot-blooded man. Naturally, he needed to solve some physiological problems. "Young Master Qiao, this lowly servant is bold. Please don't blame me, young Master Qiao." Hua Xiaojin said out of the blue. Qin Feng was stunned. Suddenly, he saw this woman lower her head and move closer to his thigh. Chapter 1368. The war between the two cities was imminent, and distant Ice City was engulfed in a storm. Under the request of the three sacred gates, the officials of the various government offices began to recruit soldiers and prepare to go to war. The young men in the city were all captured and looked as if they were waiting for death. Hua Xiaojin was frightened by this chaotic situation and was on tenterhooks every day. Qin Feng looked at the originally happy and stable families being torn apart and felt somewhat upset. However, he could not even protect himself and had no power to manage these miscellaneous matters. 3 days after Ling Yunner and the others arrived, the elders of the 3 sacred gates of distant Ice City arrived with their teams. This west town was the closest town to the sunset gazing mountain at the border of Meteor City, so all the disciples of the sacred gate were gathered here. As for the able-bodied men that were captured from other towns, they would eventually gather here and go to war. The arrival of Xia Long and the others made the people of the West Town government restless. Now that the elders of the 3 sacred gates had personally led their teams here, the people of the government office were even more frightened. Early in the morning, there were already 2 long queues outside the government office. Ling Yunner and the other disciples of the government office all came out to welcome them. There were close to 100 people, all of them riding on tall horses. The 3 great elders of the 3 sects were walking at the very front, each wearing a different sect's uniform. Behind them were their own sect's disciples. Just the majestic procession alone was enough to make people feel fearful. Disciple Ling Yunner greets Great Elder Ling Chong and Elder Ling Wei. Disciple Sun Dao greets Great Elder Sun He and Elder Sun Wen. Disciple Xia Long greets Great Elder Xia Juetin. Seeing the people coming, Ling Yunner and the others immediately went to welcome them and greeted the elders respectfully. The Spirit Beast sect and the Red Sun sect each sent a great elder and an elder. On the other hand, White Song only sent Great Elder Xia Juetin. The 3 sects each brought over 30 disciples. Qin Feng looked around and saw that they were all experts at the 3rd stage of True Qi and above. There were 100 True Qi realm experts gathered outside the government office. There were even 3 experts at the 7th stage of True Qi and quite a few at the 6th stage of True Qi. As for those at the 4th and 5th stage of True Qi, they were as many as dogs. Such a magnificent formation shocked Qin Feng. This was even more powerful than the group of Despair Sect's disciples who had come out of closed-door training when he was in Hero City. Qin Feng was worried that even if he used the Black Dragon tank, would he be able to defeat this group of people? Where's the manager here? Are you tired of living? While Qin Feng was in a daze, the great elders of the 3 sects were unhappy. Each of their faces was colder than the last. The great elder of the Spirit Beast sect, Ling Chong, had the highest position and was already shouting. Everyone in the yamen was so scared that they almost knelt down. Wei Changming kept signaling Qin Feng with his eyes. Wang Long, Li Hu, and the others couldn't wait to shake Qin Feng's arm to wake him up. This was the great elder of the Holy Gate. If they were angered, they could destroy the entire yamen with a snap of their fingers. Young Master Qiao. Hua Xiaojin called out softly. She was also frightened. Without waiting for Qin Feng to step forward, Ling Yunner had already started to speak up for her. Elder Ling Chong, Zhang Mo Qi. This yamen is filled with low-level warriors. Clearly, they were shocked by Elder Ling Chong's might. Great Elder Sun, it must have been hard on you. Disciple will help you to hold the horse. Thank you, Great Elder Tian Qi. Sun Dao and Xia Long were actually speaking up for Qin Feng. The 3 of them had the same thought. They had been eyeing the pink spiritual weapon on Qin Feng for the past few days. They didn't want the elders to kill Qin Feng with a single palm strike. Just as Ling Yunner had guessed, Sun Dao and Xia Long didn't plan to tell the elders about the spiritual weapon. If that was the case, how would they get a share? Qin Feng walked up with large strides. His expression didn't change much as he faced the 3 great elders. I am Qiao Feng, the county magistrate of the West Town Yamen. I knew that the 3 great elders would be coming today, so I led everyone to wait for a long time. Qin Feng's attitude was neither servile nor overbearing. Ling Chong and the other 2 were slightly stunned. As the great elders of the Holy Gate, their status was extremely honorable. Even the city lord of the distant Ice City had to humble himself and curry favor with the 3 of them. Who would have thought that a mere county magistrate would have such an attitude? A mere county magistrate dares to act big in front of me? I think you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ling Chong's face turned cold. Waves of true qi burst out from his body, and the bailiffs couldn't breathe. Wei Changming even knelt on the ground. Ling Yin'er jumped in fright. She cursed Qin Feng's arrogance inwardly. It was fine if he acted big in front of her, but he actually dared to act big in front of the Holy Gate's great elders? Great Elder Ling Chong, you have a noble status. Why are you angry at an ant-like county magistrate? His standards are too low, and he doesn't know the noble status that Great Elder represents. Ling Chong looked at Ling Yin'er strangely after she said all the good things she wanted to say. He felt that something was wrong. Ling Yin'er, could it be that you have some relationship with that kid? Why are you always speaking up for him? When Ling Yin'er saw that Grand Elder Ling Chong had noticed something fishy, she was scared to death. She had concealed the matter of the spiritual artifact from Grand Elder Ling Chong. If this matter was exposed, Ling Yin'er could imagine her tragic death. Great Elder Ling Chong has misunderstood. How could I have any relationship with that ant-like person? It's just that this west town is the closest to the sunset-gazing mountain. That Qiao guy is very familiar with the terrain around here. We still need him to help us fight. Ling Yin'er made up an excuse. Ling Chong glared at Qin Feng coldly and ignored her. It was just as Ling Yin'er said. The Holy Gate's great elder status was extremely noble. Ling Chong even felt that if he spoke to Qin Feng, his status would drop a little. Have all the able-bodied men in distant Ice City been captured? Ling Chong had already gotten down to business. Ling Yin hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Great Elder Ling Chong. I've already passed on this matter 3 days ago. Currently, all 23 towns in distant Ice City have gathered a large number of troops, and they'll gather here by tomorrow morning at the latest." Ling Chong nodded and continued, "All right, then we will set off after tomorrow morning. This time, the sect master intends to send out experts to fight to prevent the two cities from fighting to the death." Ling Chong stated his intention in front of everyone, but his words were mainly for Sun He and Xie Juetian to hear. Among the 3 holy gates of distant Ice City, the Spirit Beast sect was the strongest. The words of the Spirit Beast sect's sect master were equivalent to the city's imperial edict. Sun He and Xie Juetian were a little displeased, but they agreed with the Spirit Beast sect's intentions. No one wanted to fight to the death. The Holy Gate's great elder had already been brought to the Yamen and arranged to stay in a high-class guest room. As for the Holy Gate's disciples, there were a few of them staying in one room. After all, there were more than 100 people in one go, and the Yamen was running out of rooms. Even Wei Changming, Wang Long, Li Hu, and the others had to give up their rooms and sleep in the courtyard. Qin Feng and Hua Xiaojin returned to their room. The moment they entered, Hua Xiaojin said worriedly, "Young Master Qiao, let's leave quickly." Qin Feng understood Hua Xiaojin's worries. Now that so many Holy Gate's disciples had arrived, even Qin Feng was a little worried. They were going to the Sunset Visualization Mountain to investigate the situation tomorrow. Qin Feng didn't dare to bring Hua Xiaojin along, afraid that something might happen. "Xiaojin, ride the flaming dragon horse back to Hua family village tomorrow morning." Qin Feng had already started to make arrangements for Hua Xiaojin's safety. The flaming dragon horse was a high-grade spiritual horse. He believed that Hua Xiaojin wouldn't be easily caught by others. "Boo-hoo, young Master Qiao. Don't abandon this lowly servant. If this lowly servant has done anything wrong, I will definitely correct it." Hua Xiaojin suddenly knelt in front of Qin Feng and cried her heart out. Qin Feng felt helpless. He carried her to the bed and helped her wipe her tears. He said seriously, "Xiaojin, it's not that I don't want you anymore. You should know that the two cities are at war now. If you continue to follow me, there will be danger." Hua Xiaojin's crying gradually stopped, and she shook her head with a resolute expression. "Young Master Qiao, Xiaojin is not afraid of death. If it wasn't for young Master Qiao killing the bandits in the bamboo forest that day, Xiaojin would have already committed suicide. This lowly servant's life is already young Master Qiao's. I want to accompany young Master Qiao in life and death. Qin Feng could tell that Hua Xiaojin was speaking from the bottom of her heart. Compared to death, this silly girl was actually more afraid of being abandoned by him. The more sincere Hua Xiaojin was, the more Qin Feng couldn't let her be hurt. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. He said, "Leave tomorrow morning. I promise you that I will come back to find you. If you follow me, you will only drag me down." Hua Xiaojin wasn't stupid at all. She understood Qin Feng's meaning, but she was still very reluctant. How could she watch young Master Qiao go through fire and water? Seeing that Qin Feng's plan was set, no matter how reluctant Hua Xiaojin was, she hid it in her heart. That night, Qin Feng hugged Hua Xiaojin to sleep, but Hua Xiaojin couldn't sleep at all. She looked forward to young Master Qiao suddenly pouncing on her in the middle of the night and ravaging her as fiercely as he ravaged Ling Yin'er that night. Qin Feng woke up just as the sky brightened. He gave Hua Xiaojin a few more warnings and had her leave on the flaming dragon horse. Hua Xiaojin started crying the moment she left the yamen. She cried all the way to Hua family village until her tears dried up. There were many times when she wanted to turn around and return to Qin Feng's side, but in the end she suppressed this strong urge. The yamen was surrounded by people early in the morning, other than the Sacred Gate disciples who rushed over yesterday. There was another black mass of people. These were all able-bodied men, captured from various villages in distant Ice City. Almost all of them had stepped into the realm of true qi. As for those ordinary villagers who had no strength, they were useless even if they were captured. Even so, close to 10,000 people were captured. At this moment, the streets outside the yamen were completely blocked, and one couldn't see the end of it. Ling Chong stood at the front of the crowd. The great elders of the Red Sun sect and the White Song sect were half a step behind him. The difference in their status could be seen from this. Ling Yin'er, Sun Dao, Xialong, and the others stood behind the little elder. As for Qin Feng and the people from the yamen, they could only stand at the back. Chapter 1369. Ling Chong maintained the posture of an expert. After a long silence, he slowly opened his mouth. Citizens of distant Ice City, now that 20% of the cities are at war, distant Ice City is in dire straits. Usually, the Spirit Beast sect protects everyone's peace and harmony. Now, we need everyone to work together to resist. Once we take down Meteor City, everyone will have a better life. Ling Chong spoke for a long time to trick these able-bodied men into fighting the war. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. They had all sorts of resentment in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. As the poor people of China, they were usually bullied by the yamen and had to fear the might of the Sacred Gate. They lived the same poor and difficult lives as the peasants of Hua Village. Not only did they have to worry about survival every day, but they were also constantly worried about being bullied. How was this a life of equality? Since when did the Sacred Gate truly protect these poor people? The so-called peace and harmony were all bullshit. The only people who benefited from this city war were the Sacred Gate. What did it have to do with the poor people? Ling Chong could see the dissatisfaction in these people's hearts, but he pretended not to see it. In the end, he even added, "We will set off after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. When the two cities start fighting, I hope everyone will do their best. If I find any deserters, I will personally kill them." The crowd sighed even louder, but no one stood up to resist. These people were as stubborn as Hua Xiaojin. They had been bullied since they were young, and they even felt that this was something they should do. Qin Feng also shook his head and sighed. He felt a trace of helplessness towards these people's foolish thoughts. Not long after, it was time to set off. Under Ling Chong's command, the majestic troops set off towards Sunset Gazing Mountain. Apart from this troop, there was no one else in West Town. The poor people had long since hidden in their homes. In this chaotic time of war, no one dared to run around on the streets. This West Town made Qin Feng feel unfamiliar. He remembered the first time he rode a horse to West Town with Hua Xiaozhen. It was extraordinarily lively. The poor people on the streets were kind-hearted, and the children playing on the streets made Qin Feng feel happy. The willow trees swayed in the breeze, and the kites danced in the dark blue sky. Those scenes could no longer be seen. There was only the thunderous footsteps of the troops and the flying dust behind them. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a chain quest, City War Quest. Announcing City War Main Mission. Host Qin Feng. Take down Meteor City and Distant Ice City. Time limit 3 months. If the mission is completed, the system will reward 100,000 Hedonist points and a Black Dragon combat aircraft. If the mission is failed, 200,000 Hedonist points will be deducted, and your identity will be exposed, and you will be hunted by all holy gates. Announcing City War Side Mission 1. Muddy the battlefield and cause the sacred gates of Distant Ice City and Meteor City to suffer heavy losses. The time limit for the mission is 3 months. If the mission is successfully completed, the system will reward 50,000 Hedonist points and 1 true Qi pill. If the mission is failed, 100,000 Hedonist points will be deducted. Announcing the second side mission, City Battle. Protect the poor citizens and change their rigid mindset. Time limit 3 months. The system will reward 50,000 Hedonist points if the mission is successfully completed. If the mission is failed, 100,000 Hedonist points will be deducted. Halfway there, a system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. A new quest had been issued. He began to study the City War chain mission. Unknowingly, the team had already arrived at the foot of the cloud-gazing mountain. The team in front stopped, and Qin Feng returned to reality from his thoughts. In front of him was an endless stretch of tall mountains. On the opposite side of the mountain was Meteor City. There were many soldiers guarding the foot of the mountain, and they immediately rushed over when they saw them. Greetings, Senior Holy Gate. The soldiers guarding the border were all from the Yamen. Their strength was only at stage 1 or stage 2 of true Qi. Although they said that they were guarding the border, it was only for show. Under normal circumstances, the people of the 2 cities would not cross the border. When the war really broke out, it was still the Holy Gate's disciples who came out from their seclusion. Ling Chong did not put the dozens of soldiers in his eyes at all. He didn't even look at them. He said to Sun He and Xie Jutian, "The 2 of you, go to the other side and check out the situation." Ling Chong's tone sounded like he was ordering a little brother. Sun He and Xie Jutian were fuming with anger. As the great elders of the 2 sects, they were usually very noble in the sect. They had always been the ones ordering others. When had they ever been ordered? Humph! Ling Chong, don't push your luck. After all, we are the great elders of the sect. Our positions are equal. Why should I go and check out the situation? Why don't you go? Sun, he couldn't help but grumble. Xie Jutian naturally stood on his side. He added, "I agree with Sun He. If we are going, we should all go together. How can we, the Red Sun sect and White Song, scout the way? Is the Spirit Beast sect trying to reap the benefits of the third party?" Seeing that his thoughts were seen through, Ling Chong's expression turned a little ugly. However, he couldn't continue to be forceful. Even if the Spirit Beast sect was more powerful, it was taboo to have internal conflicts when the 2 cities were at war. What a joke! As the great elder of the Spirit Beast sect, I still have to scout the way? What are you guys thinking? Ling Chong roared angrily. Sun He and Xie Jutian almost fainted from anger. You are the great elder, but we are the great elders? The 2 of them didn't say anything else. They just sat on their horses and didn't do anything. Ling Chong held back his anger. After a moment of stalemate, he shouted to Ling Yin behind him, "Bring some disciples to scout the situation." See how many experts Meteor City sent this time. Ling Yin-er's heart sank. She wasn't willing to do this kind of hard work. Even though they had many experts on their side, Meteor City also had the 3 sacred gates. Now that the 2 cities were at war, they would definitely send many experts over. What are you still standing there for? Ling Chong roared angrily. Ling Yin-er was so scared that she trembled. Even though she was very unwilling, she didn't dare to delay. However, her eyes turned, and before she left, she suddenly said, "Magistrate Xiao, come with me." Qin Feng cursed at this woman's treachery in his heart. However, he quickly calmed down. On the way here, he just received a new mission from the system. If he wanted to complete this mission, he really had to go into Meteor City himself. At the very least, he had to meet the representatives there. Ling Yin-er called for 4 more disciples. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Ling Chong say, "Why aren't your 2 sects sending disciples? Are you using our spirit beast sects people as cannon fodder?" Ling Chong glared at the 2 great elders, Sun He and Xie Juetian. The 2 of them couldn't pretend anymore. They sent out Sun Dao and Xie Long to lead the team. There were 15 to 16 people in the group. The weakest was at the 3rd level of True Qi, and the strongest was Xie Long, who was at the 5th level of True Qi. MT's sunset visualization was tall and steep. Normal people couldn't climb it. However, Ling Yin-er and the others were experts of the absolute sections. Leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls was a common occurrence for them. Qin Feng mixed in the group and became the only person without any strength. Seeing that the other disciples had already started to climb the mountain, Qin Feng smiled at Ling Yin-er and said, "Beauty Yin-er, carry me up the mountain." Ling Yin-er's expression turned cold. If it wasn't for the spirit equipment and spirit pills, she would have killed Qin Feng a few 100 times over. "You're a man and you want me to carry you? Can't you climb it yourself?" Qin Feng didn't care about Ling Yin-er's expression. His smile became even wider. "You know I'm just a normal person. How could I climb such a steep mountain? Moreover, I didn't need to come. Didn't you drag me here? Do you want to follow me wholeheartedly or not? Your current attitude makes me very suspicious. Why don't I go find your great elder and give him some spirit equipment and spirit pills? Maybe he'll curry favor with him." Qin Feng's words angered Ling Yin-er to the point of unsheathing her sword. However, in an instant, the woman's face immediately became coquettish. She took the initiative to bend her waist and half-squat in front of Qin Feng. "Lord Xiao, I'll carry you up. I called you here because I wanted to protect you. You mustn't tell Great Elder about the spirit equipment and spirit pills. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Ling Yin-er's perky buttocks were raised high. Her back view was enchanting, and her posture was sexy. Qin Feng almost kissed her. He lay on the woman's body. A soft fragrance assaulted his nose. He said, "Be careful when you climb the mountain." "Don't touch me." Ling Yin-er was so angry that her eyes rolled back. She didn't talk nonsense with Qin Feng. She clenched her teeth and prepared to climb the mountain. However, she suddenly discovered that the true qi in her body was suppressed by the poison. She was also a normal person. "Lord Xiao, can you give me the antidote?" Ling Yin-er's eyes suddenly wandered. Qin Feng gave her a pill without thinking. Ling Yin-er's expression changed greatly. Since when did this surnamed Xiao become so easy to talk to? Ling Yin-er didn't think too much. She hurriedly swallowed the pill. Immediately, the true qi in her body recovered and began to surge violently. Swish! Ling Yin-er turned into a black shadow. It seemed that, in a few breaths, she had already reached halfway up the mountain. She jumped on the cliff like a light swallow. It was as if Qin Feng, who was on her back, didn't exist. Ling Yin-er laughed excitedly in her heart. She finally recovered her true qi. These days, she was miserably played by Qin Feng. She wanted to take Qin Feng to a place where there was no one, force him to take out the spirit equipment and spirit pills, and then silence him. Ling Yin, why are you running so fast? Sun Dao and Xia Long, who were climbing the mountain, suddenly stared blankly. Ling Yin, seemed to have erupted with all her strength to climb the mountain. In the blink of an eye, she had left everyone far behind. Ling Yin, didn't pay attention to the two of them. At this moment, she was so excited that she wanted to raise her head to the sky and roar. Qin Feng understood this woman's thoughts. However, looking at his indifferent expression, he didn't put Ling Yin in his eyes at all. Swish, swish, swish. The wind blew past their ears. In any case, Ling Yin was an expert at the 4th stage of true qi. In a short while, she had already climbed to the top of the mountain with Qin Feng on her back. This mountain peak was at least 100 meters high. Qin Feng stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the world of Meteor City across the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a dense mass of people. 80% of them were the expedition team called by Meteor City. Moreover, this mountain peak was endless, and there were many caves that were difficult to detect. Swish! Just as Qin Feng finished observing the terrain, Ling Yin pulled him and flew towards the distant mountain range. Chapter 1370. Ling Yin didn't say anything. She pulled Qin Feng and ran. After a while, the two of them arrived at a cave thousands of meters away. Yin, beauty, why did you bring me here? Qin Feng sneered in his heart, but his face was full of doubt. Ling Yin was so excited that she wanted to laugh out loud. She could finally vent the anger that she had been holding in for several days. Qiao, you dared to violate my body 4 days ago. Today I will tear you into pieces. Ling Yin's body turned cold. She suddenly pulled out her sword and pointed it at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't see it. Ling Yin, you want to kill me again? Killing you would be too easy, bitch. Hurry up and hand over the spiritual weapon and elixir, and I can leave your corpse intact. Now that time was tight, Ling Yin didn't talk nonsense. If Sun Dao and Xia Long found something wrong and came looking for them, it would be troublesome. Qin Feng spread out his hands and said, Do you see a place on me to hide the spiritual weapon? The spiritual weapon and elixir are hidden in the secret room. If you kill me now, don't even think about getting them. Ling Yin was so angry that she pressed her sword against Qin Feng's neck. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Qiao, don't think that I don't dare to kill you. I'll give you one last chance. Where are the treasures? If you don't tell me, I will definitely cut off your dog head. A cold light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He suddenly sneered and said, do you really think you can kill me? Then do it. Ling Yin was so angry that her body trembled. For a moment, she lost her mind. She shook her sword, but there was no scene of a head falling to the ground. Qin Feng's fingers clamped the sword and it fell to the ground again. You! Ling Yin, his expression changed greatly. She was so scared that she kept retreating. She couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. She was about to use her true qi, but she found that it was suddenly suppressed. Qin Feng had already walked up with a smile. Tisk tsk. I really didn't expect you to have such a venomous heart. Luckily, I had a trick up my sleeve and put poison in the antidote pill you ate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to keep my life. Qin Feng's words almost made Ling Yin vomit blood. She finally came to her senses. Qiao looked silly, but in fact he was more cunning than anyone else. Ling Yin's heart was in a mess due to the sudden change in the situation. Not only did she fail to snatch Qin Feng's spiritual weapons and spiritual pills, but she was also being controlled by him. What do you want? Qin Feng was less than a meter away, and Ling Yun's legs began to tremble. Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. It's just that your sincerity is starting to make me suspicious. I should go find your sect's great elder and give him some benefits. In the future, he will be able to protect me. Ling Yin'er was so frightened that her face turned deathly pale. If the great elder found out that she was hiding the matter of the spiritual weapons and spiritual pills, she might as well let Qin Feng kill her right now. Ling Yin'er realized that she was really done for this time. Her eyes darted around quickly. She suddenly pulled off the ribbon around her waist and threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Feng SG of Ti Feng, Ayin. This woman's expression changed as she wished. She knelt in front of Qin Feng and buried her head in his thighs. Qin Feng didn't stop her. He tyrannically ravaged Ling Yin'er. The mountain valley was filled with shouts and shouts. Qin Feng's emotions surged as he looked at the crowd below. Ling Yin'er, how dare you take County Magistrate Qiao away? What do you want? While the two of them were fighting fiercely, Sun Dao and Xia Long came to find them. They thought that Ling Yin'er wanted to take Qin Feng's spiritual weapon for herself. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they were stunned. Qin Feng didn't see Sun Dao and Xia Long. Ling Yin'er was shy. Qin Feng was too powerful. Ling Yin'er didn't want to stop. She pretended she didn't see anything. 20 minutes later, the two came out. Sun Dao and Xia Long were waiting with more than 10 disciples. Ling Yin'er's shouts made them feel like a cat was scratching their hearts, but they could do nothing but listen. Ling Yin'er, are you shameless? You can do such a thing to get the spirit weapon. You're so despicable. Xia Long and Sun Dao were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. They were flattering Qin Feng. Whoever could have a good relationship with Qin Feng would get the spirit weapon sooner or later. But as men, Xia Long and Sun Dao couldn't use a honey trap. They couldn't take the soap, right? The main thing was that Qiao didn't mean to throw the soap. Ling Yin'er was embarrassed, but she pretended nothing happened. She stared at the two and said, I admire County Magistrate Qiao. What does it have to do with you? Anyway, you can't play with me. You can't eat the grapes, so you say the grapes are sour. Ling Yin'er's words made the two angry. They were jealous of Qin Feng. In any case, Ling Yin'er was a genius disciple of the Spirit Beast sect. Her beauty was outstanding, and her figure was indescribable. Who would have thought that she would be casually toyed with by a mere county magistrate surnamed Qiao? As for the other disciples, they didn't even dare to fantasize. The elders sent us here to inquire about the military situation, but you're messing around here. If the elders hear about this, you won't have a good ending. Sun Dao complained coldly. Ling Yin'er said anxiously, I didn't see you go to inquire about the military situation. You've been eavesdropping at the entrance of the cave, right? You're a perverted but coward. Sun Dao's face darkened. He pulled out his sword and attacked. You said I'm a coward? I'll let you know my power today. Ling Yin'er was shocked. She couldn't use her true qi now. Seeing that the sword was about to pierce through her, Xia Long suddenly punched Sun Dao back. What time is it now? You're still fighting among yourselves. The war between the two cities is imminent. We don't even know if we can survive this war. Save your energy to kill the enemy. Sun Dao's strength was inferior to Xia Long. He sheathed his sword and stood aside angrily. Ling Yin'er broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Xia Long intervened in time. Otherwise, she would have died here. The few of them were a little unhappy, but at this time Xia Long and Sun Dao's expressions changed. They took out their weapons and looked at the sky behind them. Everyone be careful. There's an enemy coming up. Xia Long, who was at the 5th layer of true qi, was the strongest existence in the group. Just as he finished speaking, a dozen or so black shadows suddenly jumped out from the mountain peak. The first 3 people were extremely fast, and before Xia Long could see them clearly, they were already standing on top of the mountain peak, not far away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, another dozen or so people jumped up. The number of people on both sides was about the same. Qin Feng had long since looked over there. His heart sank. There were 3 old men with unfathomable strength. Even he couldn't see through their realms. It really is a sacred gate disciples sent from the distant ice city. One of the old men wearing a green robe was the first to speak. It was Elder Qiao Yi of Jichin. Beside him stood a man and a woman. The man was wearing a red cloak, and his white robe was engraved with the image of a burning cloud. It was Elder Bai Qi of Yunshan. The female Taoist nun was dressed in green, and there was a crescent moon pattern on her arm. She was the old Taoist nun of Moonfall Spring. The expressions of Ling Yin, and the others changed drastically. They had long since recognized Qiao Yi. Qin Fen also recognized Qiao Yi. Not long ago, Qin Fen had fought against him on the beach of Hero City. As for the other 2, this was the first time Qin Fen had met them. However, he could tell which sect they belonged to based on their attire. Is there no one else in the distant ice city? They only sent you little assassins to scout out the situation? I heard that Ling Chong from the Spirit Beast sect came. Xie Juetian from the White Song sect and Sun He from the Red Sun sect also came. Could it be that these 3 old bastards are afraid of us? They don't even dare to show their faces. Qiao Yi and the others had cold and arrogant expressions. They didn't put Ling Yin, and the others in their eyes at all. Ling Yin, and the others were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. The 3 in front of them were revered experts at the 6th stage of true qi. They could kill them with a single palm. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Ling Yin, and the others didn't dare to say anything for a long time. Ji Chen and Xiao, you spoke again. You bunch of ants, why aren't you kneeling and begging for mercy? If I'm in a good mood, I can spare your lives. Ling Yin, and the others' expressions darkened. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. Seeing that they didn't move, Qiao Yi casually slapped down. Before anyone could react, one of the Spirit Beast sect's disciples at the 3rd stage of true qi exploded into a pile of flesh and blood. The surroundings immediately became quiet. Only the howling wind could be heard. Ling Yin, and the others' eyes were filled with fear. Some of the disciples' legs started to tremble, and 3 of them ran down the mountain. Want to run? Do you think we don't exist? You Luo Quan's Taoist nun fan, you swept the horsetail whisk in her hand. 2 of the disciples immediately exploded. Yun Huishan and Bai Qi pointed 2 fingers into the air, and a blue light shot out. Another disciple suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't get up. His blood flowed like a river. 3 experts at the 3rd stage of true qi fell just like that. It all happened in the span of a breath. The strength of Qiao Yi and the others was too strong. Under this intimidation, Ling Yun and the others no longer had the heart to resist. Plop! The 8 or 9 disciples had already knelt on the ground and started kowtowing to the enemy's elders. Ling Yin, and the others had faces full of struggle, but in the end, they all succumbed and knelt down. Qiao Yi and the others had a complacent expression on their faces, but halfway through their smiles, Bai Qi's face suddenly turned cold. On the opposite peak, everyone was kneeling in a row, but this stinking brat was still standing straight with a smile on his face. Stinking brat, do you want to die? Bai Qi roared angrily, like a muffled thunder falling from the sky. Ling Yin, and the others also realized that Qin Feng was still standing. They were depressed to death. First, this person pretended to be pretentious in front of them. Not long ago, he pretended to be pretentious in front of the 3 great elders of distant Ice City. Now he pretended to be pretentious in front of the great elder of Meteor City. Lord Qiao, hurry up and kneel. Ling Yin, couldn't help but remind him. She didn't care about Qin Feng's life or death. She was mainly afraid that Qin Feng would anger the opposite elder. At that time, everyone would be in trouble. 3 great elders, don't be angry. That brat is just a county magistrate. His status is low, and he doesn't know your esteemed status. Xie Long hurriedly put in a good word. Sun Dao echoed, and that guy is a bit retarded. Not long ago, he almost quarreled with our red son, Sek's great elder Sun He. Chapter 1371. The Sacred Gate disciples from distant Ice City were infuriated by Qin Feng's behavior, but Qin Feng suddenly shouted, "Why should we kneel and beg for mercy? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself first? What is your meteor city? How can the 3 sacred gates compare to our distant Ice City?" Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. Ling Yin, and the others trembled in fear and felt death approaching. Qiao Yi and the other 2 elders were stunned. Disbelief flashed through their eyes, and they even suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. "Trashant, I'll show you what Mount Yinhua is capable of." White Blaze waved her hand, and a blue sword beam shot out from her sleeve, just as it was about to pierce through Qin Feng's head. Qiao Yi casually slapped it away, and the sword beam landed on the ground beside them, blasting a hole in the mountain peak. Bai Qi was stunned. She glared at Qiao Yi and shouted, "Qiao, what do you mean by this? Are you siding with an outsider?" Ji Qin and Qiao Yi glared at Bai Qi coldly and said, "I, Ji Qin, am the leader of Meteor City's Sacred Gate. My sect master has given the order that this city battle will be carried out in the form of a duel between experts. I don't want to fight to the death." The meaning of Qiao Ye's words was clear enough. Bai Qi and Fan Yu's expressions turned ugly, but they didn't attack again. They had only killed a few ordinary disciples from distant Ice City as a show. They wouldn't really start a massacre, because that would mean that they would fight to the death. However, Qin Feng's words were too arrogant. Qiao Yi shouted with a cold face, "Stinking brat, you're just a county magistrate. How dare you look down on the sacred gate of Meteor City? If you don't kneel, do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" Qiao Yi was a powerful cultivator at the 6th layer of true qi. Just his aura alone was enough to make Ling Yin, and the others gasp for breath. They secretly gave Qin Feng meaningful looks. "Look at the situation right now. Can you fucking calm down a little?" However, Qin Feng held his head high and said, "I don't believe it." Huh. Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. Qiao Ye's old eyes almost fell to the ground. Fan Yu and White Blaze were so angry that they started to smile coldly. Without waiting for Qiao Yi to make a move, Ling Yin already shouted, "Elder Qiao, why you can't kill Magistrate Qiao? He's the illegitimate son of our spirit beast sect's Grand Elder Ling Chong." In a moment of desperation, Ling Yun'er could tell any lie she wanted. She didn't really care about Qin Feng's life and death. She just couldn't watch as the spiritual weapons and spiritual pills disappeared just like that. Everyone was stunned again. Even Sun Dao and Xie Long stole a glance at Ling Yun'er in disbelief. However, the 2 of them quickly recovered. Their thoughts were exactly the same as Ling Yun'er's. Yes, Qiao Zhixian is the illegitimate son of Grand Elder Ling Chong. Even the Sacred Gate of distant Ice City knows about this. 3 elders, please let us go. If you really kill us, this city war will not end until one of us is dead. Xie Long and Sun Dao also started to plead for mercy. The 2 of them weren't stupid. When they heard Qiao Yi say that they wanted to use the city war method, they used the threat of not ending until they died to scare him. Qiao Yi and the other 2 were still in a daze. They still had doubts about Qin Feng being Ling Chong's illegitimate son. However, the situation was special. They would rather believe it than not. If Qin Feng was really Ling Chong's illegitimate son, killing him now would be troublesome. Why you're really Ling Chong's illegitimate son? White Blaze couldn't help but ask. Qin Feng was speechless at Ling Yun'er. He glared at White Blaze and said, "And who are you?" White Blaze couldn't stand Qin Feng's arrogance. He suppressed his anger and said, "I'm Cloud Volcano's elder, White Blaze." "Oh, you're an idiot. This name suits your temperament very well. White Blaze's expression changed. She jumped up and down in anger. Are you deaf? My name is White Blaze. Blaze, as in blazing. For sounds. You're an idiot. I know you're an idiot. Qin Feng had an indifferent attitude. White Blaze was fuming with anger. Ling Yin'er and the others looked at him dumbfoundedly. They began to suspect that this brat was here to court death. Whoosh! Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a pink light flashed. White Blaze's expression changed drastically. He slapped Sun Dao, who was kneeling on the ground. Brat, you dare to plot against me? Boom! The cosmic flying sword missed its target and smashed a mountain top. At the same time, Sun Dao's body was also smashed. This true Qi level 4 expert didn't know what happened before he died. He was already kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Why did he still want to kill him? White Blaze's palm completely turned the tide of the battle. Ling Yin'er and Xia Long drew their swords. They thought that the other party was going to kill them. The 8 or 9 disciples also flew up, ready to fight to the death. Rumble. For a moment, the mountain was filled with loud noises. The disciples from the 3 sacred gates of distant Ice City were only at the 3rd or 4th level of true Qi. They couldn't even withstand a single blow from Qiao Yi and the other 2 old monsters who were at the 6th level of true Qi. Xia Long was the strongest, but he was only at the 5th level of true Qi. After enduring a few moves, he was smashed into pieces by Qiao Yi. Ling Yin'er died even faster. When she raised her sword and rushed to the front of the opponent's disciple, she suddenly remembered that the true Qi in her body was sealed by poison. There was no need for Qiao Yi and the other 2 elders to do anything. The group of Sacred Gate disciples from Meteor City would kill her. This battle started because of Qin Feng's flying sword. But at this moment, he was nowhere to be seen at the peak of MT visualization. Not good. Ling Chang's illegitimate son escaped. Qiao Ye's expression changed drastically. White Blaze looked at the scattered flesh and blood around him and was slightly worried. Looks like this city battle will not end until one side is dead. Who is the one who attacked just now? Fan Yu had already calmed down. Suspicion arose in her heart. The 2 of them looked at White Blaze. It was White Blaze who attacked first. White Blaze looked at the location of Sun Dao's corpse. His expression changed unpredictably. His eyes lit up as if he suddenly realized something. He was so angry that the veins on his face bulged. The flying sword was shot from Sun Dao's direction, so White Blaze naturally thought that it was a sneak attack. Now that he thought about it, Qin Feng was standing behind Sun Dao. Ling Chang's illegitimate son is too cunning. He has been hiding his strength. That sword was his sneak attack. White Blaze suddenly shouted. Qiao Yi and Fan Yu's expressions changed. The 3 of them could tell that Qin Feng was just an ordinary person without any true Qi. It was also because of this that White Blaze didn't think that Qin Feng was the one who shot the sword at White Blaze. That was why he was in such an irreversible situation. What a Qiao! It must be Ling Chong who ordered that brat to do this. Looks like distant Ice City has already decided to fight until one side is dead. Let's retreat. I'll go back and report this to the sect leader. Qiao, you leaped and flew down the mountain. At the same time, Qin Feng also descended the mountain. Ling Chong and the others immediately surrounded him. Why is it only you who came down? Where are Ling Yin'er and the others? Ling Chong glared at Qin Feng coldly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't care about a mere county magistrate. Qin Feng said with a panicked expression, "No, it's bad. The sacred gate of Meteor City is going to start a massacre. They won't stop until one side is dead. The few of us had just ascended the mountain, and that elder Qiao, you brought people to kill Ling Yin'er and the others without saying anything. Is what you said true?" Ling Chong roared angrily. It was as if the earth was shaking. The disciples from the sacred gate all had bitter expressions. The able-bodied men who were captured were even more disheartened. Everyone was afraid that the battle would not stop until one side was dead. Anyone would be afraid of death. Ling Chong's expression changed. He suddenly glared at Qin Feng. That's not right. If they were going to fight until one side is dead, how did you escape? Everyone cast doubtful gazes at Qin Feng. They could tell that Qin Feng didn't have any true qi waves on him. He was just an ordinary person. Even Ling Yinner and the others had died. How did Qin Feng escape? Great Elder Ling Chong, those people let me go because I don't have any martial arts. They let me come back to pass the message. That old man called Xiao Yi is too arrogant. He said that he wanted to massacre distant ice city. He wanted the sacred gate to surrender quickly. Otherwise, they would all die under his blade. Qin Feng had already thought of an excuse on the way back. Originally, the sacred gates of both cities hoped that the battle would be carried out through a battle between experts. Now that Qin Feng had sowed dissension, it had reached the point where one side would not stop until one side was dead. Ling Chong stared at Qin Feng for a long time. He suddenly roared toward the sky. Damn that Ji Qin! He dares to not put my spirit beast sect in his eyes. I will go back and report to the sect leader. We will fight until one side is dead. After Qin Feng's provocation, the top elders of both sides rushed back to their sects to report the situation. It seemed like a huge battle could break out at any time. The troops of both sides were only separated by a mountain. Without Ling Chong's command, everyone held back. Qin Feng ran to the group of able-bodied men. County Magistrate Xiao. As soon as he arrived, the group of able-bodied men immediately greeted him, respectfully. Although the Sacred Gate disciples looked down on Qin Feng's status as a county magistrate, these poor people were very afraid of him. County Magistrate Xiao, are we really going to fight until one side is dead? A burly man walked to Qin Feng's side. What is your name? Qin Feng asked. The burly man immediately answered. Lord Xiao, this lowly one is Gao Jin. I am a villager from Miao Village in West Town. Qin Feng had stayed in West Town for a period of time. He had heard about the 3 villages. Apart from Hua Village, where Hua Xiaojin was, there was also Miao Village and Water Village. Gao Jin looked honest. He trembled in fear when he spoke to Qin Feng. He should be a practical man who was willing to endure hardship. However, he was captured to be an able-bodied man because of the war between the 2 cities. Qin Feng thought of the second side mission of the city war. He was asked to protect the poor people and change their rigid mindset. Qin Feng came to this group of able-bodied men to complete this mission. Gao Jin, it has been confirmed that the 2 cities will fight until one side is dead. Ling Chong has already gone back to the sect to ask the sect leader. When he returns, it will be the start of the war. When that time comes, everyone will die. Qin Feng said. Chapter 1372. Qin Feng saw the desire to die in Gao Jin's eyes and continued, Do you want to live? Gao Jin was stunned. He looked at Qin Feng dumbfoundedly and nodded. I want to live. Then let's escape tonight. Let's take everyone with us. Qin Feng already had a series of plans in mind. Tonight was the best time for Gao Jin to escape with the able-bodied men. However, Gao Jin was shocked and immediately knelt in front of Qin Feng. Magistrate Xiao, please spare my life. I shouldn't have thought of living. I will fight to the death for distant Ice City. Qin Feng was stunned. He was almost amused by the conservative mindset of the people in China. What kind of people were they? Hurry and stand up. Do you want to live or not? Qin Feng's face darkened. Gao Jin didn't dare to stand up. He knelt on the ground while shivering. I know Magistrate Xiao is testing my will. Don't worry, I won't have any thoughts of living anymore. Qin Feng couldn't bear to listen any longer. He wanted to slap this man awake. He forcefully pulled Gao Jing up and whispered in his ear, I'm not testing you. You want to live, and I also want to live. Everyone is born equal. Why is the life of a Sacred Gate disciple so precious? Why are people from the Yamen superior to others? Even if you don't want to live, you have to think about your family, right? If you really die, what will happen to them? As a hedonistic young master, Qin Feng rarely educated people. He was always flirting with them. Gao Jin stared at Qin Feng as if he had seen a ghost. He even suspected that Qin Feng had a problem with his brain. How could he say such disgraceful words? Moreover, weren't you from the Yamen? Why were you scolding me? Magistrate Xiao, I still can't escape. As a lowly commoner, my life is in the hands of the Yamen and the Sacred Gate. Now that the two cities are at war, I have to fight. Qin Feng felt his chest tighten. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Fuck you. I've been reasoning with you for so long. Why can't you understand? What lowly commoner? What life is in the hands of others? Even if you help them conquer the city, it won't be yours. You're still trash at the bottom, a dog ordered around by those people. In a fit of anger, Qin Feng's tone was a little harsh. For the first time, a hint of anger appeared in Gao Jing's eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and looked like he was going to hit Qin Feng. However, it was only for a moment, and he returned to his yes-man appearance. Don't say any more, Qiao Zhixian. I won't run away. Qin Feng was so angry that he had internal injuries. He coldly tossed out his last words. Think carefully. If you want to escape, escape with everyone tonight. If you don't escape, you'll die on the battlefield. At that time, your wife will be played by others, your daughter will be sold to a brothel, and your son will continue to be suppressed like you. This is the result you want. Qin Feng angrily swung his sleeves and left. Gao Jin stood in the crowd with bloodshot eyes, unable to regain his senses for a long time. There was still no movement from the troops on either side. Qin Feng found a place with no one and stepped on his flying sword to the summit of Sunset Peak. He looked at the dense mass of people at the foot of the mountain and jumped down without hesitation. Who is it? Oh no, the enemy has made a move, someone among the soldiers of Meteor City shouted. Instantly, the tens of thousands of people went into an uproar. The sound of weapons clashing and all sorts of screams could be heard. Two figures landed beside Qin Feng. The moment they saw Qin Feng, they were infuriated. Brat, you still dare to come back? This is what you get for framing me. I'll kill you with my sword. Fan Yu stood at the side with a cold expression. Bai Qi had already swung his sword, but Qin Feng stood still at the foot of the mountain. He said, I want to see Ji Chen's sect leader. I have a way to help you win this battle. I'm an idiot if I believe you again. Bai Qi didn't stop. Seeing that his sword was about to pierce through Qin Feng, Fan Yu waved her horsetail whisk and stopped him. You're an idiot. I already knew that, Qin Feng said as if nothing had happened. Bai Qi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He glared at Fan Yu and shouted, You better move away or else I won't be polite. Fan Yu was speechless at Qin Feng's words. She stood in front of Qin Feng and said, Don't be so agitated. Let's listen to this brat's plan first. What plan can he have? He's from distant Ice City, and he's the illegitimate son of that old fart, Ling Chong. Do you think he'll help Meteor City? Bai Qi didn't believe Qin Feng, even if he was beaten to death. Fan Yu didn't believe it either. But now that the two cities were at war, Fan Yu was worried. She placed her hope on Qin Feng. If Qin Feng was lying, she could just kill him with another sword. Don't mention that bastard Ling Chong to me. He caused so much trouble for me and my mother. I want to kill him with my own hands. Qin Feng's face suddenly turned sinister, giving Fan Yu and Bai Qi a fright. Ah, keep pretending, you brat. Do you think I'll believe you with just a few words? Unless I'm Bai Qi swallowed the last word. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his name, but now he wanted to change it. Fan Yu ignored Bai Qi and glared at Qin Feng. Tell me what plan you have. If you're lying, I'll kill you with one palm. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear Fan Yu's threat. I said we'll talk when we meet Ji Chen's sect leader. Even if I tell you now, you won't be able to make the decision. You'll have to report to the sect leader. Why make it so troublesome? Fan Yu was so angry that her face turned pale. She almost couldn't control herself and slapped Qin Feng to death. Bai Qi shouted again. You saw it too. Look at how capable this brat is. Does he really think he's a big deal? Let me kill him with one sword. Qin Feng leisurely stood at the foot of the mountain, allowing Bai Qi and Fan Yu to quarrel. In the end, Bai Qi took a step back. He didn't want to see the two cities fight to the death. Bai Qi stayed behind to continue, guarding the sunset visualization mountain, while Fan Yu brought Qin Feng to where Jichen was. Qin Feng's heart was filled with excitement. He had been searching for the location of the sect in the Despair Realm, and now he finally found one. At the same time, the main hall of Jichen's sect was filled with people. Not only Elder Jichen, but there were also people from Cloud Volcano and Yuluoquan. Those who could stand in the hall were all important people from the three sections. The great elder stood in a row, while the junior elders stood outside as guards. Even the sect leaders of the three sects were gathered here. A white-haired old man sat on a stone lion chair in the main hall. He looked very weak, but he was Ji Chen's sect leader, Ji Hun. There were two people sitting at the front of the stone chairs. The man was Cloud Volcano's sect leader, Bai Xingdou, and the woman was Yu Luochuan's sect leader, Lady Fan. Qiao Yu was standing in the middle of the main hall. He had just finished reporting the situation in distant Ice City. The atmosphere in the main hall was heavy. All the elders and sect leaders were frowning. With their current status and power, who would be willing to fight to the death? Humph. The Spirit Beast sect thinks too highly of themselves, don't they? Threatening us with a fight to the death? Do they really think we're afraid of them? After a long while, Qiao Hun slapped the stone chair and stood up. The sturdy stone lion immediately shattered into pieces. Sect leader Qiao, we need to analyze the situation calmly. We can't lose our composure. Yu Luochuan's sect leader, Lady Fan, immediately stood up and advised. The people sitting in the row all stood up. Bai Xingdou echoed Lady Fan's words and said, Lady Fan is right. Our three sacred sects have been rooted in Meteor City for decades. Now that our foundation is stable and we're developing rapidly, how can we be destroyed just like that? If we really fight to the death with distant Ice City, even if we win in the end, the sacred sects from the other cities will come to reap the benefits. The rest of the people nodded, expressing their agreement with Lady Fan and Bai Xingdou's words. However, everyone's status was too low, so no one dared to speak up. Qiao Hun, on the other hand, calmed down a little. He suddenly looked at Qiao Yi and said, I clearly told you to negotiate and start the war with experts. How did it become a fight to the death? The three sects of the Spirit Beast sect are not brainless people. Qiao Hun's words made everyone realize that there was indeed something fishy going on. Everyone looked at Qiao Yi, and he was so scared that he almost knelt down. Sect leader Qiao, it's Ling Chong's illegitimate son. Qiao Hun and the other two sect leaders were shocked. They knew who Ling Chong was, but when did he have an illegitimate son outside? What illegitimate son? Who is that guy? Qiao Hun roared angrily, and the entire hall shook. However, before Qiao Yi could speak, a young elder from Jichin walked in from outside. Sect leader Qiao, Elder Fan Yu of Moonfall Spring, requests an audience. She said that she brought Ling Chong's illegitimate son here. Time in the hall seemed to have stopped for a few seconds. Everyone was talking about Qin Feng, but Fan Yu had already brought him over. Qiao Hun gave the order, and Fan Yu had already brought Qin Feng into the hall. Inside the house were the great elder and the sect leader. Even with little elder Fan Yu's status, she was only a lackey. The moment Qin Feng entered the house, he was shocked. The true energy in the house was surging and surging, as if it was boundless and boundless like the vast ocean. There were even three people whose strength Qin Feng couldn't see clearly. Everyone's gazes fell on Qin Feng, making him slightly nervous. The weakest person in the hall was at the 5th stage of true energy, and the strongest 3 were at an unknown level. Qin Feng felt that even if he brought out the Black Dragon tank, he might not have a chance of winning. This is Ling Chang's illegitimate son? Is his identity fake? Xiao Hun asked coldly. Fan Yu's voice trembled slightly. Replying sect, Leader Qiao. He is indeed Ling Chang's illegitimate son. How would Fan Yu know if Qin Feng was Ling Chang's illegitimate son? But even if he wasn't, she still had to admit it. It would be very scary to anger sect, Leader Qiao Hun. Chapter 1373. Just as Qiao Hun finished speaking, 2 of Ji Chen's junior elders entered the room. Without another word, they escorted Qin Feng out of the room. Fan Yu said, "Qiao, sect leader Qiao, calm down. This kid says he wants to discuss something with you." Everyone was shocked as they looked at Fan Yu with strange expressions. The sect master of Yu, Luo Quan, Fairy Fan, had a cold expression as she shouted, "Fan Yu, what are you doing? Sect leader Qiao Hun is an illegitimate son of Ling Chong. Does he deserve to talk to you?" Fan Yu trembled in fear. She naturally knew of Qiao Hun's esteemed status. He was practically the king of Meteor City. However, the war between the 2 cities was critical and no one wanted to fight to the death. Qin Feng said he had a way to help Meteor City win. That was why she took the risk to bring Qin Feng here. Sect leader immortal, please calm down. This kid said he has a way to help Meteor City win. Fan Yu said hurriedly. The huge hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at Fan Yu with different expressions. Some even suspected that there was something wrong with the nun's head. Bastard! That kid is Ling Chang's illegitimate son. Why would he help Meteor City? Hurry up and take him to the prison. I'll kill anyone who dares to say another word. Qiao Hun's enraged roar was so powerful that it caused the great elders to shudder in fear. Lady Immortal and Bai Xingdou didn't dare to speak anymore. Fan Yu was so scared that her legs trembled and she almost knelt down. Ji Chen's junior elder had already left with Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly said, "Sect leader Qiao, are you really going to miss the chance to defeat Distant Ice City? Do you want to fight to the death?" Everyone in the room had a cold expression and dozens of murderous auras shot towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see it and continued, "Forget it. Since sect leader Qiao doesn't believe me, I won't say any more." Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. Did he think they were 3-year-olds? Seeing that he was being escorted to the door, Qiao Hun suddenly shouted, "Wait, let's hear what this kid has to say first." Everyone in the hall was stunned and looked at Qiao Hun in surprise. He actually believed Ling Chang's illegitimate son? Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Fairy Fan stepped forward and said, "Sect leader Qiao Hun, please reconsider." Bai Xingdou also said, "This kid was obviously sent by the enemy to disrupt our morale." Sect leader Qiao, don't believe his nonsense. Bai Xingdou and Lady Fan weren't the only ones who didn't believe him. The elders in the room were also shaking their heads. However, their status was limited, so they didn't even dare to say anything. Humph, he's just an ant that hasn't even stepped into the realm of true qi. If he really dares to play any tricks, I can destroy him at any time. Qiao Hun had a nonchalant look on his face, as though he did not care about Qin Feng at all. Lady Fan and Bai Xingdou stopped trying to persuade him. Just as Qiao Hun had said, Qin Feng did not even have any vital qi in his body. What could an ant like him do? Everyone's gaze fell back on Qin Feng. They really wanted to hear what kind of plan he had. This kid really had guts to come to Ji Chen's sect alone. Sect leader Qiao, your sect doesn't want to fight to the death, right? Qin Feng stood at the door with a casual expression, making it more and more difficult for everyone to understand him. Nonsense. No one wants to fight to the death. Qiao Hun revealed an impatient expression. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "Sect leader Qiao, you're wrong. Your Meteor City doesn't want to fight to the death, but the 3 sacred sects of distant Ice City came to attack the city with the determination to die." Qin Feng's words caused the hall to gasp. Everyone knew from Qiao Yi that distant Ice City wanted to fight to the death, but it felt completely different when they heard it from Qin Feng's mouth. "Is what you said true? Where did you get this information from?" Xiao Hun's expression changed as he stared at Qin Feng solemnly. "Of course I heard it from the Spirit Beast sect. Now the sect leader of the Spirit Beast sect is gathering the disciples of the White Song sect and the Red Sun sect. They are expected to attack tonight." The gasps in the hall became even more intense. The elders and even the 3 sect leaders looked flustered. Xiao Hun's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, "Wait, you didn't purposely spread the news, did you? If Distant Ice City really wanted to attack, they would have sent out a declaration of war in advance. Now that Meteor City hasn't received any news, how would they dare to attack?" Lady Fan and Bai Xingdo also calmed down. According to the rules of the past city wars, they would send out the attack signal in advance. Bai Xingdo said, "Sect leader Qiao, I still don't believe that brat's nonsense. No matter what, he's from distant Ice City. Why would he be kind enough to help us? Let's take that brat to the prison first and wait for Ling Chong to come." Lady Fan also expressed her opinion. Xiao Hun didn't rush to make a decision. After hesitating for a while, he said, "Little aunt, you've been talking nonsense for so long. What's your plan?" Qin Feng said unhurriedly, "According to the information I received, the 3 sacred sects of distant Ice City are going to attack Jichen tonight. As long as Jichen is killed, Moonfall Spring and Cloudy Volcano are no longer a threat. Sect leader Qiao can lead an elite force to attack the Spirit Beast sect, catch them off guard, and take down their base." Qin Feng had already thought of this plan, but he had offended the 3 sect leaders as soon as he said it. "Brat, how dare you say that my Cloudy Volcano is not a threat? I want to see how capable you are." Bai Xingdo was the first to jump up and slashed at Qin Feng with his saber. Lady Fan waved her horsetail whisk, and several murderous auras flew over. Bai Xingdo attacked, but he wanted to kill Qin Feng first. The great elders had playful looks on their faces, and they looked as if Qin Feng was going to die. However, Xiao Hun was standing in front of Qin Feng out of nowhere, and casually dispelled the 2's killing moves with 2 palms. "Sect leader Qiao." The 2 looked at Xiao Hun in confusion. Xiao Hun waved his long sleeves and said in a deep voice, "This is Jichen. Without my order, no one is allowed to do anything." Lady Fan and Bai Xingdo were a little unhappy, but they still returned to their seats. Everyone stared at Qin Feng fiercely. If it wasn't for Xiao Hun, they thought that Qin Feng would have died a few hundred times. "Why should I believe you?" Xiao Hun glared at Qin Feng. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not, sect leader Qiao. Anyway, the war between the 2 cities has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small county magistrate of Far Ice City's West Town. No matter which side wins, I won't get any benefits," Qin Feng said. "Aren't you Ling Chong's illegitimate son? How did you become a county magistrate?" Xiao Hun looked confused. Qin Feng should have joined the Spirit Beast sect to cultivate. However, Xiao Hun suddenly realized that Qin Feng had no true qi on him. He had never cultivated before. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng suddenly flew into a rage. He pointed at Xiao Hun and shouted, "Shut up! Don't mention that bastard Ling Chong." Everyone was shocked, and their eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. Even Bai Xingdo and Lady Fan had to give in to Xiao Hun, and the great elder in the room didn't even dare to speak to Xiao Hun. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would point at Xiao Hun's nose and scold him in front of everyone? Xiao Hun's face darkened, and true qi surged out of his body, pressuring everyone so much that they didn't even dare to breathe. "Brat, do you want to die?" Qin Feng looked at Qiao Hun dumbly and said, "Sect leader Qiao, why are you so angry?" "I'm scolding that bastard Ling Chong, not you." Qiao Hun's face was gloomy, but he didn't want to reprimand Qin Feng. He suddenly looked at Xiao Yi and said, "I asked you to gather information, and you said that the Spirit Beast sect is prepared to fight to the death. Is that true?" Qiao Hun was starting to believe Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng was just an ordinary person who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Why would he lie? Even if Distant Ice City wanted to find someone to sow discord, they should have found someone who was more powerful. "Qiao, you didn't know whether Distant Ice City was prepared to fight to the death or not. In fact, those were just his guesses. He didn't mention that he had killed Ling Yun, and the others, mainly because he was afraid that sect leader Qiao Hun would blame him. Now that he had killed a few of their genius disciples, it was obvious that the situation was going to escalate to the death. Sect leader Qiao, according to my information, Distant Ice City indeed has such intentions. Moreover, Bai Qi and Fan Yu were there at the time. They heard it too. Qiao, you wasn't stupid. He was going to drag 2 people down with him, even if he was going to die. Bai Qi was still guarding the sunset-gazing mountain, but Fan Yu was standing in the house. Her face was cold, and she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. But since things had already come to this, Fan Yu could only help Qiao Yilai. After all, she had also killed a disciple of Distant Ice City. Sect leader Qiao, Elder Qiao Yi is speaking the truth. Bai Qi and I heard it too, Fan Yu said. At this moment, everyone was sure that Distant Ice City was going to fight to the death, and their hearts were incomparably worried. Qiao Hun was a little flustered. He suddenly looked at Qin Feng and placed all his hopes on him. After reanalyzing Qin Feng's plan, Qiao Hun felt that it was feasible, as long as they could take down Distant Ice City's biggest sacred sect. Spirit Beast sect, they wouldn't have to fear White Song and Red Sunday sect leaders. What do you think? Qiao Hun still couldn't make up his mind. He looked at Bai Xingdou and Lady Fan. The 2 of them were also anxious. Bai Xingdou said, "Since it's going to be a fight to the death, why don't we try according to that kid's plan? We won't be at a disadvantage anyway." Lady Fan nodded and said, "We can give it a try. This battle is unavoidable." The 2 of them had the same thought as Qiao Hun. If the 3 sacred sects of Distant Ice City wanted to fight to the death, there would be a battle sooner or later. Even if Qin Feng's words were false, they could just kill their way to Spirit Beast sect and start fighting. All right, I will believe you this once. If you lie to us, I will definitely smash you into pieces. After a moment of silence, Qiao Hun made the final decision. Those great elders had no right to speak. Qiao Hun's words were the law. The battle was imminent. Lady Fan and Bai Xingdou had already left with their people. Since they were going to attack Spirit Beast sect tonight, they would return to the sect to gather the elite disciples. Chapter 1374. Qin Feng had devised a strategy, and this city battle was almost under his control. At the same time, Spirit Beast sect was having an emergency meeting, and the representatives of the 3 sacred sects were all gathered here. Ling Chong had already explained the situation, and the atmosphere in the hall was heavy. The sacred sects of Meteor City are too arrogant. They killed our disciples without saying a word. Do they think we don't exist? A gray-robed elder suddenly stood up, and his anger reached the sky. This person was the sect master of White Warehouse sect, Xie Qingping. The white-robed elder sitting opposite him also stood up. There was a red sun pattern engraved on his chest, and it was the sect master of Red Sun sect, Sinju. Sect Masterling, say something. Why don't we attack them at night and annihilate them? On the high platform sat a white-robed elder. His clothes were engraved with bird and beast patterns. This was the uniform of Spirit Beast sect, and the elder was the sect master of Spirit Beast sect, Ling Jinfeng. The gazes of everyone in the room all landed on Ling Jinfeng, waiting for his command. In comparison, Meteor City's 3 sacred gates were slightly weaker than distant Ice City. If they were to fight to the death, would they still be afraid of Meteor City? Ling Jinfeng suddenly stood up, and everyone below the platform stood up as well. He paced to the center of the crowd with his hands behind his back. After a while, he said, "Based on my understanding of Qiao Han, he won't start a fight to the death. This matter is a little strange. Let's not move first and see what they are up to." With Ling Jinfeng's order, no one dared to object. The elite disciples of the 3 sacred sects of distant Ice City gathered in Spirit Beast sect and decided to observe the situation tonight. The night was getting late, and not a single soul could be seen on the streets and alleys of the 2 cities. The disciples of the sects gathered in the sect and prepared to depart. The able-bodied men who were captured stood guard at the foot of empty Sunset. The poor people hid in their homes and didn't dare to go out. The night seemed peaceful, but a great battle was about to begin. A half-moon rose into the sky. Gao Jin sat at the foot of the cliff, looked up at the moon, and lowered his head to think of his hometown. Ever since Qin Feng told him that in the afternoon, Gao Jin couldn't calm down. His mind was filled with his wife's smile, his elderly mother's hunched back, and the crying of his newborn child. He suddenly began to question his own thoughts. What right did he have to fight to the death? What did the Sacred Gate and the Yamen give him? "Zhang Zhong, are you asleep?" Gao Jing's expression changed, as if he had made the most difficult and important decision in his life. A brawny man beside him rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, "What's wrong, Gao Jin? Why aren't you sleeping? I heard that the war is going to start tomorrow. You have to be mentally prepared." Gao Jin interrupted Zhang Zhong and whispered in his ear, "Let's not fight anymore. Let's escape to our hometown tonight." Zhang Zhong suddenly jumped up, and his sleepiness was gone. He stared at Gao Jin as if he had seen a ghost. Are you crazy? Why would you have such an idea?" Gao Jin seemed to see his past self. He finally understood why County Magistrate Qiao was so angry before he left. At this moment, Gao Jin was also very angry. He wanted to wake Zhang Zhong up with a slap. He didn't waste any more words and told Zhang Zhong what Qin Feng had said before he left. "Zhang Zhong, after you die, your wife will be played by others, your parents will starve to death, your daughter will become a prostitute, and your son will have the same fate as you, being oppressed by others. If that's what you want, then continue sleeping." Gao Jin had already swung his sleeves and left angrily. Zhang Zhong was so stunned that he couldn't come back to his senses. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the half-moon in the sky. His expression changed slightly, and he ran to kick the man beside him to wake him up. "Black Yak, I won't waste any more words with you. If you die, your wife will be played by others, your parents will starve to death, your daughter will become a prostitute, and your son will have the same fate as you. If that's what you want, then wait for the battle tomorrow." "I'm going to escape." Black Yak rubbed his sleepy eyes and still hadn't come back to his senses. He saw Gao Jin and Zhang Zhong's figures shuttling through the crowd. Every time they pulled up a person, they would repeat what they just said. The words that came out of Qin Feng's mouth became a sharp weapon that awakened the warrior's sealed thoughts. It was like a dagger that sliced open everyone's brains and cut off all the distorted thoughts that had been sealed for a long time. For a moment, tens of thousands of able-bodied men from all over distant Ice City were shaken. With Gao Jin as their leader, they knocked out a few Holy Gate disciples who were guarding the area and fled in panic. "Big brother Gao Jin, where are you going?" Zhang Zhong met Gao Jin again in the chaos and saw him climbing up empty Guanxia. Gao Jin's expression was resolute, as if he had changed into a different person overnight. "The able-bodied men of Meteor City are as innocent as we are. I'm going to wake them up." Seeing that Gao Jin had already disappeared into the night, Zhang Zhong gritted his teeth and followed him. Under the duo's efforts, the tens of thousands of able-bodied men from Meteor City started to resist. The battle between the 2 sides hadn't even started, but the able-bodied men had already fled in different directions. A group of people rushed over from Meteor City. When they arrived at the foot of Mt. Guanxia, they were stunned. Other than a few Holy Gate disciples who had been knocked out, the able-bodied men were nowhere to be seen. Qiao Yi, what's going on? This group of people was led by Qiao Han. They were the Holy Gate disciples of Meteor City who were preparing to attack the Spirit Beast Sect's base during the night. Qiao Yi was already dumbfounded. He remembered that everything was still fine before he returned to the sect. Where did the 10,000 able-bodied men go? Sect Master Qiao, I don't know either. I've been in the sect all afternoon. Qiao Yi was so depressed that he was about to cry. Qin Feng heaved a long sigh of relief. It seemed like he hadn't wasted his time talking to Gao Jin. Fan Yu was also dumbfounded. She didn't understand the situation. At this moment, a black shadow flew over. Just as Qiao Han was about to slash with his blade, he heard the person shouting, "Everyone, don't attack! I'm Elder Bai Qi from Mount Cloud Mountain." Bai Qi's figure landed in front of the crowd. Bai Xingdou hurriedly asked, "Bai Qi, what's going on here?" Bai Qi held a long sword in his hand. There were some bloodstains on his body. It seemed like he had just fought with someone. In reply to Sect Master, the able-bodied men rebelled. They knocked out a few Holy Gate disciples. I chased after them and killed dozens of them, but most of them escaped. The night was already cold and quiet. Bai Qi's words caused the surroundings to sink into a strange atmosphere. The eyes of Qiao Han and the others fell to the ground. The able-bodied men escaped? This was even more terrifying than Qin Feng joining Meteor City. The able-bodied men were a bunch of stubborn commoners who always obeyed the Holy Gate's orders. Did they take the wrong medicine tonight? Qiao Han only came back to his senses after a long while. He had already cast aside the able-bodied men. The war between the two cities was originally a competition between the Holy Gate's forces. As for those able-bodied men, they were just there to make up the numbers. Speed up and kill our way into the Spirit Beast sect. Qiao Yi gave the order, and the group set off again. A Spirit Beast sect disciple was leading the group. This person was a spy that Ji Chen had planted in the Spirit Beast sect. When everyone crossed the Sunset Gazing Mountain, they were stunned again. They realized that the able-bodied men from distant Ice City had also escaped. Hundreds of horses galloped under the night sky. Those who could join the assault team were all great elders and little elders of the three sections. There were only a few so-called genius disciples. After rushing through the night, everyone arrived at the city gate of the Spirit Beast sect. Qin Feng's eyes flickered. He had finally found the location of the Spirit Beast sect. It was time to avenge Qiao Shi and rescue the Qiao family of the Spirit Beast Master Clan. Roar, roar! Just as the group steadied themselves outside the gate, the angry roars of a few wild beasts pierced through the silent night sky like surging thunder. Everyone's expression changed. Qiao Han leaped off his horse and roared. The beasts raised by the Spirit Beast sect are really annoying. Everyone, kill your way in. The beasts were alarmed. The Spirit Beast sect disciples would definitely notice the situation. Qiao Han didn't wait for them to react and gave the order to attack. Over 100 true Qi experts flew away. They were as nimble and light as 100 swallows in the night sky. The sounds of fighting and killing could already be heard from within the city gate. The beasts' roars were even more ferocious, and the ground was shaking from the movement of their running. Qiao Han and the other two sect masters didn't move. They stood outside the city gate and observed the situation. Qiao Han leaped to Qin Feng's side and pressed his shoulder. "Stinking brat, if you dare to play tricks on me, I'll crush you into pieces with a light pinch." "Don't worry, Sect Master Qiao. The Spirit Beast sect's defenses are weak now. All the experts are on their way to MT Divine Dawn. You three sect masters should attack as well. And this quickly." Qin Feng started to feel nervous. This was Ji Chen's sect master. His strength was unfathomable. Qin Feng was trying to think of a way to escape. Qiao Hun's expression was cold. He suddenly stared at the spirit beast sect's city gate and shouted, "Ling Jinfeng bastard, your grandfather Qiao Hun is here to destroy your sect. Come out and accept your death." Rumble. Just as he shouted, a muffled thunder seemed to fall from the sky. A huge palm print appeared in the void. It was as if Buddha's 5 Fingers Mountain had descended to the world. It flew towards them with a violent true chi. "Qiao, you're courting death." Rumble. The huge palm print landed on the ground, creating a 10-meter-long crater. Qiao Hun and the other 2 sect masters had already left. They stood at the edge of the crater and looked at the sky. 3 black figures shot out like arrows. The moment they landed, the ground beneath their feet cracked. Qiao Hun's expression changed. He shouted, "Xie Qingping? Seeking arts? You 2 old farts are here too? Sure enough, you guys want to fight to the death." Qiao Hun clearly misunderstood Ling Jinfeng and the other 2 sect masters' intentions. Ling Jinfeng said angrily, "Qiao, you've already killed your way into my sect. Why are you still spouting so much nonsense? Tonight, only one of us will die." Both sides didn't understand the situation. They thought that the other party was going to fight to the death. The battle at the city gate was already heated. Blades flashed and swords flashed. Screams of agony could be heard. Chapter 1375. Ling Chong and the other great elders flew out from the spirit beast sect. Ling Chong was about to land when he was so shocked by Qiao Hun's words that he almost fell. Before he could even open his mouth to curse, Ling Jinfeng suddenly shot him a fierce look. "Ling Chong, you actually colluded with Ji Qin in secret. To think that I have always treated you well. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog." Ling Chong looked gloomy as he explained, "Sect leader Ling, don't believe that old fart Qiao Hun's nonsense. I haven't even gotten married or had children. So how could I have any illegitimate children?" The situation was chaotic, and Ling Jinfeng didn't have the time to judge whether Ling Chong was speaking the truth or not. He saw that he and the other 2 sect leaders had distanced themselves from Ling Chong, as if they were guarding against a thief. Ling Chong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He sent a palm towards Qiao Hun. "How dare you slander my reputation? I'll fight you to the death." Rumble. As a great elder of Qi Stage 7, Ling Chong's palm was extremely powerful. His palm had just struck out in the air, and a strong gust of wind blew in all directions. It was as if a mountain was falling from the sky. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't even have the chance to escape from this palm. A black shadow shot towards the sky. Qin Feng felt his body lighten. It was Qiao Hun's punch. Before everyone could react, a loud sound came from the sky. The moment the fist and palm collided, it was as if 2 fighter jets had collided in the sky. A mere Qi Stage 7 dares to behave atrociously in front of me? Get out of my way! Qiao Hun's angry roar came from the loud sound, as if thunder had fallen from the sky. A figure flickered in the night sky. It was unknown when Qiao Hun had already stood at the peak of the spirit beast sect city gate. Ling Chong had already landed on the ground in front of the city gate, creating a deep pit. This exchange was completed in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, yet it had completely set off an unprecedented battle between exalted experts. Ling Jinfeng realized that he had misunderstood Ling Chong. He hurriedly sent a palm strike towards the sky, forming a palm print that was 100 meters long in the sky. Qiao Hun's expression turned cold. He didn't even try to dodge. With a tap of his foot, he shot forward like an arrow, punching a hole in the air in front of him. Rumble. When the 2 strongest sect masters clashed, even Bai Xingdou and the other 3 sect masters retreated 100 meters away. Huge explosions rang out one after another. In that simple exchange of blows, a row of the spirit beast sect's walls collapsed. There were no more obstacles inside and outside the courtyard, and the chaotic battle had completely begun. The elders of the two sects were engaged in a fierce battle. Blades and swords flashed, and flames soared to the sky. Ling Jinfeng and Qiao Han were too powerful. In order to avoid harming the disciples of the same sect, the two of them had already flown to the valley thousands of meters away and started fighting. The other 4 sect leaders were also fighting. Every time they collided, it was as though the mountains were going to collapse and the earth was going to crack. Looking at the intense battlefield, Qin Feng sneered inwardly. This time his plan to sow discord was more successful than he had imagined. He didn't even need to sow discord. The sacred sects between the two cities had already formed too much enmity. Now, when enemies met, blood would be especially red. The battle was too fierce. There were as many experts on the battlefield as there were clouds in the sky. Even though Qin Feng was at the 5th stage of true qi, he could only be considered to be in the middle to upper echelons of the crowd. Moreover, he couldn't circulate the true qi in his body right now. He hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and rushed inside the Spirit Beast sect. His main mission tonight was to rescue the Spirit Beast Master Qiao clan. Ji Chen, Yu Luoquan, Yun Huishan, you guys really dare to fight to the death? Then Laozi will fulfill your wish today. Release the demonic beasts. Ling Jinfeng's angry roar came from thousands of meters away, but it clearly reached the ears of every disciple in the Spirit Beast sect. For a moment, the roar in the Spirit Beast sect was like thunder. Suddenly, hundreds of wild beasts jumped out of the sect. Black bears, cheetahs, flying birds, demonic apes, elephants, wild boars, bulls, there were many kinds of beasts, and they covered almost all types. Riding on the backs of the beasts was a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect, who controlled the beasts to fight. The disciples of Meteor City were immediately stunned. They had long heard that the Spirit Beast sect was famous for hunting and taming beasts, but this was the first time they were actually fighting against the Spirit Beast sect. Now that this army of beasts had appeared, they had an unstoppable force that swept through a large group of people in an instant. Seeing Ji Chen and a few of the little elders being killed by the demonic beasts, Qiao Han's eyes turned bloodshot. He grabbed the long blade on his back and leaped into the air, swinging it towards the center of the army of beasts. Rumble! Hundreds of meters of purple blade qi descended from the sky, as if splitting the earth into 2 halves. The dozens of ferocious beasts under the blade qi immediately exploded into pieces of flesh and blood. Blood flowed like a river. It was incomparably cruel. The battle outside the city was getting more and more intense. But Qin Feng had already sneaked into the inner area of the Spirit Beast sect. There were actually some disciples patrolling and guarding the place. Even though the battle outside was so intense, they didn't come out to help. Who's sneaking around? Come out and accept your death. An angry roar sounded out. Qin Feng jumped into a courtyard, and as soon as he landed, he was surrounded by dozens of guards holding long spears. Qin Feng quickly sized them up. These people were all at the 4th or 5th stage of true qi, and he wasn't confident that he could kill so many of them in one go with his flying sword. Who's the leader here? Qin Feng pretended to be calm and swept his cold gaze across the crowd. A tall and sturdy man stepped forward and shouted coldly, "Who are you, brat? Why haven't I seen you before? Could you be the enemy of Meteor City?" As the man spoke, he pointed his long spear at Qin Feng. The other dozens of people also took a step back and held onto their long spears, ready to attack at any time. "How dare you? I'm the little elder, sent by the Spirit Beast sect to hide in Jichin. It's normal that you haven't seen me before. Now that the sacred gate of Meteor City is attacking the Spirit Beast sect at night, sect leader Ling Jinfeng sent me here to check on the situation of the Spirit Beast sect. Quickly bring me over." Qin Feng's words sounded like the truth, and the group of guards were all stunned. The sturdy man leading the group questioned, "You say you're a little elder, and we should believe you? When did the Spirit Beast sect have such a young elder like you?" Qin Feng looked to be in his early 20s, and the youngest elder of the Spirit Beast sect was in his 40s, which aroused the suspicions of the crowd. But at this moment, a few black shadows flashed on the roof. It turned out that a few elders of Jichin had charged in. Not good. The enemy is here. Everyone kill quickly. Qin Feng's reaction was the fastest. As he spoke, a pink light shot out from his body. The speed of the flying sword was too fast, and even the guards couldn't see clearly what was going on. All they saw was a man falling from the roof, and his chest was pierced through. That huge bloody hole sent chills down their spines. Senior Brother Ling Bai, that person is wearing the uniform of Ji Chen's sect. A guard cried out in alarm. The leader of the guards, Ling Bai, was startled and looked at Qin Feng with gratitude. This really is our little elder. Everyone, follow the little elder and kill the enemy. Qin Feng ran back and forth in the courtyard, and from time to time he would take out his flying sword and kill someone. The guards of the Spirit Beast sect completely believed Qin Feng's identity. If Qin Feng was the enemy of Meteor City, why would he kill Ji Chen's disciple? Both sides were evenly matched. Seeing that it was going to be another fierce battle, Qin Feng didn't dare to waste any more time. He pulled Ling Bai to a hidden corner of the house. Elder Ling, what are you doing? Ling Bai was fighting fiercely, and he didn't understand Qin Feng's intention. Don't care about the enemy. Quickly bring me to the place where the Spirit Beast Masters are imprisoned. The sect master has ordered that those people must be safely transferred out, or else the Spirit Beast sect will have a hard time developing in the future. Qin Feng's words woke Ling Bai up. Half of the reason why the Spirit Beast sect was able to develop to this extent was because of the Spirit Beast Masters. They helped the Spirit Beast sect to hunt and tame beasts, which made the Spirit Beast sect's power several times stronger. If these people were killed by the enemy, even if the Spirit Beast sect won the battle, it would gradually decline in the future. Elder Ling, quickly follow me. After Ling Bai thought through the pros and cons, he hurriedly brought Qin Feng away. The two of them passed through a few small paths and finally arrived in front of a stone prison made of bricks. Elder Ling, the Spirit Beast Masters are imprisoned in the first underground level. Go in and bring them out. I will stand guard at the door. Qin Feng was very satisfied with Ling Bai's suggestion. Before he left, he even patted Ling Bai's shoulder and praised him. Ling Bai had an excited smile on his face and was immersed in his own fantasies. He felt that he had made a great contribution this time and would definitely be promoted by the sect master after this. The stone prison was dim and damp. There were oil lamps on both sides of the stone walls. There were also disciples guarding here, but they didn't stop or question Qin Feng. They stood there like stone pillars. Roar, roar. Just as Qin Feng walked to the first underground level, a wild beast's roar came from inside. The roar sounded a little angry and painful. The beasts were used to freedom, but they were imprisoned in this stone prison that never saw the light of day. Naturally, they wouldn't surrender. The underground level of this stone prison was very large and was divided into two areas. The path on the left was filled with the roar of beasts. It was probably where the beasts were imprisoned. The right was quieter, and there was a familiar aura. Qin Feng hurried to the right. Everyone be careful. The disciples of Spirit Beast sect are here. As soon as Qin Feng entered, he heard the sound of iron chains colliding. This place was divided into dozens of cells, and each cell held 3 to 5 men and women. They mistakenly thought Qin Feng was a disciple of Spirit Beast sect. They all glared at Qin Feng with angry and murderous eyes. There are sounds of fierce fighting outside. I think someone is attacking Spirit Beast sect. Are you here to ask for our help? Don't even think about it. We won't go out. Bastard, get out of here. Do you believe I won't control a demonic beast to bite you to death? The people imprisoned here were indeed from the Qiao family. Their clothes were tattered, and their bodies were covered with blood stains. Their hair was messy, and their skin was sallow. It was obvious that they had been tortured by Spirit Beast sect for years. Qin Feng swept his eyes over the people in the cell. His eyes were wet. Every one of them was Qiao Shi's family. Seeing them being treated so cruelly, Qin Feng felt very upset. The shouting and cursing gradually quieted down. These spirit beast masters realized something was wrong. Chapter 1376. Hey, what are you doing here? Someone in the cell closest to Qin Feng asked. The man was in his early 50s and looked similar to Qiao Shi. Qin Feng asked agitatedly, Who are you to Qiao Shi? As soon as he said this, the noisy cell suddenly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The man's expression changed drastically. The men and women in the other cells also became agitated. They all rushed to the cell door and grabbed the iron bars tightly while glaring at Qin Feng. What did you do to Shi? You've also captured Shi? I'm going to kill you. Let me out now. The middle-aged man who asked the question suddenly seemed to have gone crazy. He pulled the iron bars on the cell door with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, the iron bars did not respond at all. Don't be anxious. I'm not a disciple of the Spirit Beast sect. I'm Shi's boyfriend. Qin Feng realized that he was misunderstood and quickly revealed his identity. The people who were going crazy were stunned again. They looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. They did not know whether this person was telling the truth or not. Don't try to lie to me. You can't be Shi's boyfriend because Shi is not even in this land. The man was stunned for a moment and suddenly came to his senses. Qin Feng had already confirmed that the people imprisoned here were members of the Qiao family. He quickly explained, I really am Shi's boyfriend. I came to the divine land from the outside world to save you guys. Not long ago, the formation to enter and exit the forbidden land was loosened. The Spirit Beast sect took Qiao Gong's second uncle out. Shi and I saved Qiao Gong. When I found out that you guys were imprisoned here, I rushed over. Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. They felt like they were dreaming. However, after a while, the dream was still there. Everyone woke up one after another. This was not a dream. This was real. The man was so excited that his body trembled. When he looked at Qin Feng, his expression suddenly softened. He looked at Qin Feng as if he was looking at his own son. He said, what's your name? I am your father-in-law. I'm Shi's father, Teacher Qiao. Qin Feng was shocked. He rushed to Teacher Qiao and grabbed his hand. He said, Father-in-law, I'm Qin Feng. Don't worry. I'll get you guys out now. Qin Feng had already retreated a few steps. The Qiao family members were still in a daze. When they were first captured, Shi was only a few years old. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, she already had a boyfriend? Furthermore, Shi's boyfriend was too powerful. He actually entered a hopeless situation from the outside world and even killed his way into the Spirit Beast sect. Could it be that the sounds of intense fighting outside were the helpers that Qin Feng brought? Before everyone could figure out what was going on, they heard a loud explosion. In an instant, a pink light flashed, and the prison door that Qiao Shi and the others were locked in suddenly collapsed to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded once more. Swish, swish, swish. For a moment, the sound of swords rang out in the cell. No matter how hard the iron door of the prison cell was, it could not block the sharpness of the starry sky flying sword. The pink light flickered incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen prison doors were pierced through. Everyone ran out, but they stared blankly at their surroundings. Until now, they had not completely recovered from their shock. Free? Are we really free? Master Qiao asked uncertainly. This was also the question in the hearts of all the Qiao family members. They had been locked in this prison cell for more than 20 years, and every day they dreamed of escaping. Now that they were really out, they found it hard to accept. Father-in-law, we are not completely free yet. Right now, the 3 sacred gates of distant Ice City and the 3 sacred gates of Meteor City are fighting fiercely. My plan is to wait for both sides to suffer and then reap the benefits. Qin Feng quickly explained the current situation and his plan. Master Qiao stared at him with an excited expression. For the past 20 years, Master Qiao had missed his daughter day and night and was worried about her safety. Now that he saw his son-in-law, Master Qiao was 100% satisfied. He knew that his daughter would be very happy with Qin Feng in the future. Even if he died now, he could die in peace. Good son-in-law, you know the situation outside better than us. Right now, you call the shots and everyone will listen to your orders, Master Qiao shouted. The Qiao family members woke up one after another. They had already understood the current situation, and they unanimously surrounded Qin Feng. Grandson-in-law, I am Shirshir's grandfather. I am very satisfied with you, young man. I am relieved that Shirshir is with you. Oh, right, are Shirshir and Qiao Gong well? Didn't they come with you? There are many experts in the spirit beast sect. It won't be easy for us to defeat them, but don't be afraid. Our Qiao family can control the minds of the beasts. Now that everyone is free, we can control the beasts to help you fight. Everyone talked at once, and a rare smile appeared on their faces. Qin Feng answered everyone's questions one by one and explained the plan in detail. The Qiao family members immediately agreed. Their lives were saved by Qin Feng, and Qin Feng was Shirshir's boyfriend. They had long treated Qin Feng as family. On this side, Qin Feng led everyone and waited for an opportunity to move. The battle outside was at its most intense. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties. There were less than 30 people who could continue fighting. The sect masters of the 6 major sects were also injured. Qiao Han and Ling Jinfeng were standing on top of a building 100 meters apart. Qiao Han's abdomen was hit by Ling Jinfeng's palm, and the true qi in his body was already chaotic. Now he could only use 50% of his strength. Ling Jinfeng wasn't any better. One of his arms was directly cut off by Qiao Han, and it was still bleeding. Qiao Han, is this the result you want? You want to take over my spirit beast sect's land with that little strength of yours? Even if I die in battle, I will drag you down with me. Every time Ling Jinfeng saw that severed arm, he would fly into a rage. Until now, he still thought that Qiao Han wanted to fight to the death. Qiao Han had suffered internal injuries, and he already felt that today was a bad day. He was even angrier than Ling Jinfeng. If it wasn't for the spirit beast sect wanting to fight to the death, how could he be forced to this point? You old fart, you still refuse to admit it? I will kill you with one slash. Qiao Han leaped up again. Even though he only had half of his strength left, his speed was still astonishing. In just a few breaths, he had already arrived above Ling Jinfeng's head. The large blade in his hand did not have any fancy moves, and he swung it down. Boom! The air in front of him instantly exploded. This slash was comparable to the full power of a true Qi Stage 6 revered martial artist. Ling Jinfeng's expression changed greatly. His right arm was severed, and he had no choice but to send out his left palm. However, the aura of the palm wind was obviously weakened by half, but it still condensed into a huge palm print in the air. 2 violent waves of true qi collided in the air, and it was as if thunder had exploded, causing the entire valley to shake. The blade qi penetrated the palm print and landed on Ling Jinfeng's chest, leaving behind a long blade wound. Qiao Han didn't have it any better. After being hit by the palm print, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air. This was a battle where both sides were injured. Both sides were evenly matched, and it was either you die or I live. The 2 of them fell to the ground, and for a while they couldn't even get up. On the other side of the battlefield, there were fewer and fewer people left standing on the ground. More than half of the great elders of the 6 major sects had died, and the remaining few people were hanging on with their last breath. The intense battle gradually subsided, and the earth quaking and mountains shaking no longer appeared. From the top of the mountain to the entrance of the spirit beast sect, The road that was a few hundred meters long was littered with corpses. Among them, there was no lack of beasts who had died tragically, and it was a scene of blood flowing like a river. Qiao Hun, if you surrender now, I can spare your life. After a long time, Ling Jinfeng's angry roar came from a huge pit, but his voice was clearly weaker than before. Qiao Hun laughed out loud. Ha ha! You want me to surrender? Dream on. It's not certain who will die yet. Qiao Hun and Ling Jinfeng were already strong arrows. They preserved their last bit of true qi and prepared to deal a killing blow. No one dared to act rashly. This sneak attack was very important, and a single mistake would mean death. The two of them turned from fighting to bickering. They didn't even know each other's exact location, but judging from the sounds, they were less than 50 meters apart. The sounds of fighting in the distance had completely stopped. Fairy Fan and the other 3 sect masters were still alive, and their conditions were the same as Qiao Hun and Ling Jinfeng. All of them were seriously injured. Qiao, I really don't understand. Why do you insist on fighting to the death? Now that both sides are injured, do you think you can still take down distant Ice City? Once the news spreads, the sacred sects from the other cities will immediately rush over, and you, Ji Chen, and my spirit beast sect will be finished. Ling Jinfeng was still feeling depressed, and he felt that Qiao Hun's brain must have been flooded with water. Qiao Hun was furious. He couldn't be bothered to bicker with Ling Jinfeng, but now was the time to bicker. Ling Jinfeng, the battle has already reached this stage. Why the fuck are you still putting on an act? I have always wanted to fight the battle with experts, but it was your spirit beast sect who insisted on fighting to the death. Now, do you know how powerful I, Ji Chen, am? Do you really think I am afraid of you? Ling Jinfeng was taken aback. It was fine if Qiao Hun didn't admit it, but now that things had reached this stage, there was no need for him to lie. You really didn't intend to fight to the death? Then how do you explain attacking my spirit beast sect in the middle of the night? Ling Jinfeng roared angrily. Qiao Hun was even angrier. Isn't this because of you? Your spirit beast sect disciples have already tipped me off, saying that you will lead a large force to attack me, Jichen, tonight, so I beat you at your own game and attacked your spirit beast sect's base. Just as Qiao Hun finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He had already realized that something was wrong. Didn't Ling Chang's illegitimate son say that Spirit Beast Sect would launch a sneak attack on Ji Qin tonight? But they were all guarding Spirit Beast Sect. Ling Jinfeng's expression also changed. When did he say that he was going to attack Ji Qin at night? It was obvious that someone was playing tricks in the dark. Qiao Hun, what is the name of the Spirit Beast Sect disciple you mentioned? Ling Jinfeng, do you have a plan to attack me, Ji Qin, tonight? Qiao Hun and Ling Jinfeng asked almost at the same time, but before they could answer each other, they heard the cry of a bird coming from the sky. A gigantic spirit bird soared high up in the sky. Its golden feathers were like burning flames in the night sky. Chapter 1377. The flaming golden eagle let out a long cry. Its speed was so fast that it was like a will-o'-the-wisp flashing in the sky. Ling Jinfeng and Qiao Hun were so angry that their eyeballs widened. They felt as disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. As the sect masters with the highest status in the two cities, they didn't expect to be deceived by a mere county magistrate. The elders who were prepared to fight had already given up on the idea of fighting. Their gazes swept toward the sky in unison. Their gazes followed the flaming golden condor, and their faces were ferocious. They wished they could tear Qin Feng into pieces. Ayaya, we've all fallen for that brat's trick. Let's temporarily form an alliance and kill that brat first. Qiao Hun was so angry that he screamed. His roar was like thunder. Ling Jinfeng's face darkened, and he had already sent a palm strike towards the sky. A mere ant is just a matter of a palm strike. Instantly, a huge palm print appeared in the air. Ling Jinfeng was indeed the sect master of the Spirit Beast Sect. Even though he was seriously injured, his palm strike caused the air to explode. The palm print was so fast that it shot out like an arrow and directly hit the flaming golden eagle. Chirp! The golden eagle's scream came from the sky, and a large amount of its golden feathers fell off. A ray of pink light flashed and disappeared. Qin Feng had already escaped on his flying sword, but his heart was filled with shock. If the flaming golden eagle hadn't used its body to block Ling Jinfeng's palm strike, his life would have been in danger. Qin Feng couldn't figure out Ling Jinfeng's realm, but his palm strike was comparable to the full power of a true Qi Stage 6 revered martial artist. The flaming golden eagle's wings seemed to be seriously injured, and it didn't even have the ability to fly. It fell from a height of 100 meters. Buzz! A strange energy wave spread out, seeing the golden eagle that was about to fall to the ground suddenly disappear. Qiao Han and the rest were astonished. They were still waiting for the loud sound when it landed, but they didn't hear anything for a long time. That brat isn't dead yet. He actually has a flying sword. Ling Jinfeng suddenly exclaimed. Qiao Han's expression instantly changed. Everyone looked towards the night sky and saw a ray of pink light appearing and disappearing. Wasn't it a pink flying sword? Who exactly is this brat? He actually got a rare piece of pink equipment? Qiao Han was shocked. He couldn't understand Qin Feng anymore. Ling Jinfeng did not care so much. His eyes glowed as he stared at the flying sword. Suddenly, he sent out 2 more palm strikes. No matter who he is, he will definitely die today. Rumble! The 2 palms missed and landed on 2 mountain peaks, causing half of them to collapse. Ling Jinfeng did not put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. He had already noticed that Qin Feng's body did not have any innate qi fluctuations. Even if Ling Jinfeng was seriously injured, he had the confidence to kill an ant like Qin Feng with 1 palm. Qiao Han quickly regained his senses. He raised his broadsword and chased after Qin Feng. Now that everyone had discovered Qin Feng's pink flying sword, they all wanted to take it for themselves. Qiao, he hadn't died yet. He barely managed to sit on the ground. When he saw the pink flying sword flashing in the sky, his eyes were filled with shock. This flying sword was very similar to the flying sword used by the number 1 in the secular world, Qin Feng. Rumble! The battle, which had just calmed down, resumed once again. Qiao Han was already high up in the sky. His saber slashed through the air, but it left a 100-meter-long crack in the ground. Qin Feng could not circulate his innate qi, so he could only use the flying sword to escape. The ground behind him kept cracking. The violent innate qi was rapidly approaching, making him anxious. You with the surname Qiao, you dare to trick me. I want you to die a horrible death. Qiao Han already knew that he had been deceived by Qin Feng. He was furious, but as soon as he shouted, he felt that something was wrong. His surname was also Qiao. Rumble. However, Qin Feng casually shot out several fireballs. The destructive fire was ignited by the flaming wolf's demon core and did not require innate qi to activate. Qiao Han acted as if he did not see it and rushed towards the fireballs. In the eyes of these innate qi experts, fire and ice were easy to deal with. These moves looked good, but they did not have much lethality. However, when the destructive fire landed on Qiao Han's body, his expression suddenly changed. This fire was more than 10 times stronger than the raging fire of innate qi. It was almost at the level of the 10,000 beasts' true fire. The fire instantly ignited Qiao Han's body, and it looked as if it wanted to burn everything. Qiao Han threw his broadsword to the side and fell to the ground, rolling back and forth in pain. The crowd was stunned and looked at the scene in disbelief. That brat who did not even have innate qi actually defeated sect leader Qiao Han? Soon, the elders of Ji Qin came to their senses and hurriedly chased after Qin Feng. Qiao Ye's expression became more and more terrified. The fire of destruction was also very familiar. Wasn't it the fire that Qin Feng used in the secular world? However, this person didn't look like Qin Feng at all. Chow, you really couldn't figure it out. Rumble. Loud noises sounded in the distant sky. A new round of battle had begun. More than 10 elders of Ji Qin chased after Qin Feng. The elder of Spirit Beast sect also came to his senses. Just as he was about to attack, he was shocked and looked in the direction of Spirit Beast sect. A wild beast's roar came from inside. More than 10 spirit birds flew in the sky, and the ground was covered with a black mass of ferocious beasts. The ground shook violently from their running. Ling Jinfeng, what's going on? Trao Hun had already extinguished the fire and stared at Ling Jinfeng with bloodshot eyes. Ling Jinfeng and the elders of Spirit Beast sect were dumbfounded. They also did not understand the situation. A black shadow flashed, and Ling Jinfeng had already landed in front of the crowd. He stared at the beasts that were rushing over and roared, "Teacher Chiao? How did you guys come out? You guys came at the right time. Spirit Beast sect has encountered a great enemy. Help me kill that brat on the flying sword first." Ling Jinfeng did not know the situation and naively stood on the ground and gave orders. The army of beasts was getting closer and closer. Teacher Chiao was riding on a 3-headed ice wolf and was the first to pounce in front of Ling Jinfeng. Whoosh! He did not waste any time and controlled the 3-headed ice wolf to leap into the air. The ice wolf opened its mouth and shot numerous ice at Ling Jinfeng. The ice was like a sharp arrow under the night sky and instantly froze Ling Jinfeng on the spot. Teacher Chiao's figure had already arrived. He pulled out a long sword from his waist and swung it down. Rumble! Before the sword light landed, the ice on Ling Jinfeng's body suddenly exploded. This old man's strength was unfathomable. Even after losing an arm and messing up his true qi, he could still be so violent. The scattered icicles became sharp blades. Teacher Chiao was caught off guard, and a few bloody holes were pierced through his thighs and arms. The Chiao clan members who rushed over roared in anger. Some people saved Teacher Chiao, and even more people controlled the beasts to launch a fierce attack. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts that came out to battle this time were all demonic beasts. There were even a few spirit beasts among them. The roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. Instantly, the sky was filled with flames and ice. There were even a few spirit beasts that could release lightning. No matter how strong Ling Jinfeng was, he was still scared off by this ferocious attack. He fled all the way to an empty valley thousands of meters away, and before those stunned little elders could figure out the situation, they had already died miserably under this wave of ferocious attacks. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The people who managed to survive were all truly powerful paragons. The sect leaders of the 6 great system-allocated sects gathered together, and there were more than 20 great sect elders around them. The number of casualties in the battle had been disastrous. The genius disciples had long since died like cannon fodder, and even the young sect elders had a hard time surviving. Among the remaining 20 people, the weakest was at the 6th level of true qi. The 6 sect masters had even stepped into the 8th level of true qi. However, they were all seriously injured. It was already rare for them to be able to use even half of their power. Surnamed Ling, I am really going to die because of you. Chiao Hun was so angry that he roared towards the sky. Even Bai Xingdo and Fairy Fan stared at Ling Jinfeng with some resentment. In the face of everyone's reprimand, Ling Jinfeng could not even retort. He did not expect the sudden change in the Spirit Beast sect. What's the use of saying all this now? Let's all work together and exterminate this group of beasts. Ling Jinfeng shouted. Although he said that, everyone's eyes were filled with panic. That was an army of over 100 magical beasts and spirit beasts. If everyone was in peak condition, there was no need to be afraid. But now it was hard to say. I remember now. That kid is Qin Feng, the #1 martial artist in the secular world. Qin Feng, Qiao Yi, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. They were not unfamiliar with this Qin Feng's name. Currently, he was being chased by all the sacred sects in the 8 major cities of the divine continent. What? He is Qin Feng? Why didn't you say it before? Did you do it on purpose? Isn't this kid in the outside world? How did he enter the divine continent? After Qin Feng's identity was exposed, everyone even forgot about the army of beasts that was surging towards them. Countless doubts arose in their hearts. Qiao Yi had a bitter expression. Feeling the killing, intent shooting towards him from all directions, he hurriedly said, This kid changed his appearance. I couldn't recognize him at all. It was also the flying sword and flame that he used that made me suspicious. In addition to the betrayal of the Spirit Beast Sect's Spirit Beast Masters, I concluded that the kid was Qin Feng. He also controlled a group of beasts in the secular world. After Qiao Yi explained the situation, everyone was extremely shocked. It seemed like Qin Feng really came. But how did he enter the divine continent? This kid was truly savage. He dared to enter the extinction sect alone and start a massacre. Wasn't he a revered martial artist at the 5th level of true qi? Why was there no true qi in his body? Questions surged in their minds, but they had no time to think about it. The army of over 100 beasts had already advanced, and the dozen or so spirit birds in the sky all spat out a rain of flames. Rumble! Ling Jinfeng's palm instantly condensed into a huge palm print. 3 spirit birds were directly sent flying, and half of the sky's flames were extinguished. Don't think about it. Kill these people first. Ling Jinfeng's angry roar woke everyone up. More than 20 revered martial artists immediately launched a counterattack. They were currently heavily injured, so their first move was a killing move. That wave of attack was incomparably ferocious and actually suppressed the army of beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. High up in the sky, Qin Feng turned into a pink light that flickered endlessly. He already knew that his identity was exposed. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Not a single one of these people could be left alive. Qin Feng wanted to exterminate them all. Chapter 1378. Rumble. Suddenly, loud noises came from Qin Feng's body. Since his identity had been exposed, there was no need for him to hide anymore. He directly unleashed the system's trump card. A black shadow descended from the night sky. Golden fur, lion king's golden hair danced wildly in the wind. As soon as he appeared, the dragon slayer saber in his hand struck down. The violent vital energy shocked the crowd. Rumble. Another 6 clouds of black fog appeared out of thin air. The golden ghost head talisman of the verdant sect's 5 kings was activated. The 5 clouds of black fog floated over like ghosts and shrouded Xiao Han and the others. The crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. The already dark night was obscured by the aura of corpses. What the hell is this? I can't see anything. Who the hell slashed me? Go to hell. Sun He, are you crazy? I'm Ling Chong. Loud noises came from the crowd. The verdant sect's 5 kings and one of the verdant sect's 5 kings were already mixed in the crowd. Their attacks could not kill these venerables, but it made them kill each other. No one could see clearly in the black fog. Qin Feng had already asked Xiao Shi and the others to retreat to the side and watch the fight quietly. Something's wrong. This black fog only interferes with our vision. There are no enemies nearby. Everyone stop. Xiao Han quickly discovered the abnormality. The sounds of the fierce fight quickly stopped, but there were a few more corpses on the ground. The crowd was enraged. Qin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Han was furious. He raised his saber and leaped into the sky. Ling Jinfeng also jumped out of the black fog and shouted to the crowd, Everyone come out! The black fog can confuse one's mind. Under the night sky, more than 20 black shadows flickered continuously. They did not dare to stop. The black fog seemed to have grown eyes and was following them. Xiao Han had already arrived in front of Qin Feng. He slashed down with his saber, drawing out 100-meter-long purple saber chi. However, Qin Fen did not need to counterattack. With a flash of golden light, the golden fur Lion King's violent saber slashed down. Rumble! The moment the two saber chi collided, it was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The golden fur Lion King was sent flying. Qiao Hun's body was also sent flying, but he quickly steadied himself and leaped into the sky. Swoosh! There was a flash of pink light, and the cosmic flying sword pierced towards Qin Feng. It was as fast as lightning, but Qiao Hun easily dodged it. Then he slashed down with his saber, sending Qin Feng flying to the ground. "Oh no, Qin Feng is injured," someone from the Qiao clan shouted. Qiao Shi's expression changed drastically. He immediately controlled the 3 ice waves to fly over, but before they could reach him, several icicles fell from the sky. Stab, stab, stab. The icicles fell like sharp arrows, and the surrounding air suddenly dropped. The ground was covered with a layer of ice, as if they had fallen into a world of ice and snow. Qiao Hun sprinted across the icy ground, but his speed was noticeably slower. He ignored Qiao Shi, who was rushing towards him, and suddenly leaped into the air, slashing his sword towards Qin Feng, who was in the deep crater. Rumble! The saber chi extended, creating a 100-meter-long crack in the ground. However, an ice wall suddenly condensed above the deep pit. Cracks appeared on the ice wall and spread rapidly. In just a few breaths, the entire ice wall suddenly exploded. "Brat, let's see how long your life is." Qiao Hun swung his blade again. Qiao Shi didn't even have time to control the 3 ice wolves to spit out ice. The saber chi condensed into a 100-meter-long solid saber. Explosions rang out incessantly, and many people stopped their attacks to look over. The elders and sect leaders of the holy sects smiled coldly, and the Qiao clan was so scared that their faces turned pale. Rumble! A loud explosion rang out, and the commotion was shocking. It didn't seem like the aura of Qiao Hun's slash at all. In the dark of the night, there was a sudden explosion of sparks, as beautiful as fireworks. Qiao Hun's figure had long since disappeared, reduced to flesh and blood in the explosion. A pink light shot out from the deep crater, flickering under the night sky. This unforeseen event happened too quickly, so much so that everyone was still unclear about the situation. Was Qin Feng dead or not? Where did sect leader Qiao Hun go? No good that brat isn't dead. He brought the Huaxia secular world's firearms to the Despair Gate. Qiao Ye's scream rang out in the silent night. The expressions of the crowd changed drastically. They knew very well what firearms in the Huaxia secular world represented. In the Great War years ago, it was firearms that drove them back to the Despair Gate. Rumble! As if in response to Qiao Ye's speculation, a loud explosion rang out, as if the sky was filled with muffled thunder. A ball of fire flickered in the night sky, and several fire cloud cannonballs flew over, like shooting stars falling from the heavens. Rumble! The cannonballs landed on the ground, and the whole valley shook. There were a few elders in the crowd who were still in a daze, but in the next moment they were blasted into smithereens. The sect leaders of the 5 major sects had already dodged, but they were also sent flying by the aftershock of the explosion. They didn't know what kind of firearms it was, but they were deeply shocked. The power of this weapon was comparable to an all-out attack from a true Qi stage 6 martial artist. Loud explosions rang out one after another, and it was as if there was an earthquake in the vicinity of Spirit Beast Sect. A few mountain peaks collapsed, and even the beasts were shocked. Their roars shook the heavens, rising and falling one after another. The Qiao family looked at the sky in shock, and they could vaguely see Qin Feng's figure. He stood on the starry sky, flying sword, and hovered in midair. He wore a set of domineering battle armor the color of the moon, but he carried a fiery red cannon on his shoulder. The few powerful cannonballs just now were fired from this cannon. The flying sword suddenly moved, and its speed was as fast as a shooting star. Qin Feng chased after Qiao Yi and the others who were escaping. He aimed the cannon barrel and fired 3 shots without hesitation. It was as if the moment the shots were fired, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Qiao Yi, Fan Yu, and Bai Qi were already heavily injured. Under the fierce attack of the cannonball, the 3 of them had no chance of survival. They didn't even have time to dodge, and could only watch as their bodies were blasted into pieces. On the other side were the few great elders of Meteor City who were escaping. Unknowingly, Qin Feng was already hovering above their heads. He fired the fire cloud cannon, and in the blink of an eye, 3 true Qi stage 6 martial artists had fallen. The whole valley was riddled with holes, and it was as if a war had broken out. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with determination. He knew that this was only the beginning. That brat's weapon is too powerful. We must think of a way to eliminate him, or else we'll all die looking at the great elders falling behind them. Ling Jinfeng and the other 4 felt fear in their hearts. In this battle, all the elders and disciples of the 6 major sacred gates had been eliminated, and even Qiao Han had been killed. Only the 5 sect leaders were left to hold on. Ling Jinfeng's words received the approval of the other 4 sect leaders. They suddenly stopped and took the initiative to charge towards Qin Feng. The 5 of them were like 5 cheetahs shooting over. Even though they were heavily injured, their speed was still frighteningly fast. In just a few breaths, Ling Jinfeng was already the first to strike with his palm. Instantly, a palm print enveloped the sky. A fire cloud cannon descended and instantly destroyed his palm print. The moment the cannon hit the ground, the plains within 100 meters were blasted into a deep pit. Ling Jinfeng fell from the sky and directly fainted. Rumble. It was Ling Jinfeng's attack that delayed some time, and the other 4 sect leaders attacked at the same time. Yu Luochuan's fairy fan's horsetail whisk shook, and numerous sword rays enveloped the void. Bai Xingdou's sword pierced through the air, and 100-meter-long sword ray condensed in midair. Bai Tsang and Xia Qingping struck with their palms, and the Red Sun sect seeking art also struck with his sword. The attacks of these 4 clashed in the void, and instantly there was a violent explosion. It was a spectacular scene, as if the end of the world was coming. The Qiao clan's expressions became serious again. Teacher Qiao had already controlled the 3 ice waves to support, but there was another layer of ice wall in the void. It was not formed by the 3 ice waves, but by the extreme ice released by Qin Feng using the glacial snow mastiff's demon core. Rumble! Such a tough layer of ice was shattered in an instant, and the surging attack instantly enveloped Qin Feng. He quickly dodged on his flying sword, and at the same time activated the super defensive ability of the moon god armor. The flying sword was still a step too slow, and a loud sound exploded around him. The violent true Qi seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth, and instantly knocked Qin Feng to the empty ground 100 meters away. This attack was extremely fierce. After Qin Feng fell to the ground, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The moon god armor also dimmed, and it was almost shattered. That kid is injured, everyone go. Bai Xingdou roared angrily and took the lead to fly. The other 3 sect leaders also followed closely behind, like 4 ghosts in the night. The Qiao clan also rushed towards Qin Feng. The group of beasts roared crazily, but they were still a step too slow. Before they could reach Qin Feng, they saw 4 black figures appear above Qin Feng's head. Bai Xingdou, Lady Fan, Seeking Art, and Xia Qingping. The 4 of them hovered in midair, each standing in a direction in the north, south, east, and west. A cold smile appeared on their faces, and their hands had already landed, as if they were going to kill Qin Feng in the next second. The sword light and palm wind condensed in midair, and the sound of wind breaking could be heard incessantly. Qin Feng lay in the deep pit, and it was difficult for him to even stand up. Seeing the surging attack land on his head, there was suddenly a loud sound, and a jet-black tank appeared out of nowhere. It was very inconspicuous in the night, and even ignored by the four sect leaders. The ferocious attack landed on the Black Dragon tank. The tank was made of some unknown material, and a series of loud, clanging sounds could be heard from its surface, but it was not affected at all. Inside the tank, Qin Feng sat on the control panel. There were 4 dots on the screen, which represented by Xingdou and the other 3. Qin Feng's heart was burning with rage, and he immediately bought 100,000 Hedonist points worth of artillery shells. The main artillery was already aimed at by Xingdou, and a dozen or so artillery shells appeared around the tank. Attack! Qin Feng pressed the launch button, and the dozen or so artillery shells fired at the same time. Instantly, the pitch-black night sky was lit up as if it was daytime. The artillery shells filled the sky, and the loud sound was endless. Bai Xingdou and the other 3 were shocked. They felt an unprecedented aura of death shrouding them, and they did not even have the chance to react before they exploded into flowers of blood in the air. The beast army that was rushing over was suddenly stunned, and they stopped 100 meters away from the tank, not daring to go any closer. The tank was too powerful, and in the blink of an eye, it killed 4 true Qi Stage 8 powerhouses. Even though the 4 of them were heavily injured, they were not that easy to kill. Boom! Rumble! Chapter 1379. 10,000 Hedonist points worth of artillery shells were used up, and the entire Spirit Beast sect was razed to the ground. When Qin Feng put away the Black Dragon tank and looked around, he couldn't recognize this area anymore. The disciples, elders, and even sect masters of the 6 major sects were all killed. Ling Jinfeng, however, was knocked unconscious by the aftermath of the fire cloud cannon and escaped. Teacher Qiao and the others had already rushed to Qin Feng's side. They hadn't recovered from the bombardment and stared at Qin Feng in shock. Everyone looked around again, but they didn't see the mighty tank. They really didn't know where the tank came from. Qin Feng, are you all right? Teacher Qiao recovered with great difficulty and hurriedly checked on Qin Feng's injuries. The combined attack of the 4 sect masters wasn't simple. Even with the protection of the moon god armor, Qin Feng was still riddled with injuries. Teacher Qiao felt uncomfortable when he saw this. He took out a few pills and gave them to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't take them. He didn't lack pills, and they were of a much higher grade than Teacher Qiao's pills. Father-in-law, Ling Jinfeng, isn't dead yet. I'll go kill him. Qin Feng took a few deep breaths and forced himself to kill Ling Jinfeng. These people all knew his identity, so Qin Feng couldn't leave a single one alive. Teacher Qiao pulled Qin Feng to sit on the ground and let him recuperate. The Qiao family members had already gone to Ling Jinfeng's side. For the past 20 years, the Spirit Beast sect had abused them like slaves. They lost their freedom and were forced to hunt and tame beasts. 20 years of anger exploded at this moment. Over 100 people surrounded Ling Jinfeng and stomped on him. After they vented their anger, the beasts also rushed over and tore at them. Qin Feng felt that he was already very cruel to his enemies. But when he saw Ling Jinfeng's fate, he realized how merciful he was. 10 minutes later, Ling Jinfeng died outside the Spirit Beast sect. His body was torn into pieces by the beasts, and it was horrifying to look at. The Qiao family members had already returned to Qin Feng's side. Their faces revealed joy from the bottom of their hearts. Over 20 years of life as slaves had completely ended at this moment. It was a feeling of being reborn. Qin Feng, thank you for saving the lives of the Qiao family. Teacher Qiao suddenly knelt down on one knee, and the Qiao family members behind him all knelt down to worship Qin Feng. Qin Feng jumped in fright and hurriedly went to support Teacher Qiao. Father-in-law, you're cutting my lifespan short. Everyone, please get up. We're family, so don't stand on ceremony with me. However, the crowd did not get up. They were clear about public and private affairs. Although Qin Feng was their junior this time, Qin Feng risked his life to kill his way into the Spirit Beast sect from the outside world and saved everyone's freedom. This matter moved the Qiao family very much, so they had to kneel and pay their respects. Seeing that no one was willing to get up, Qin Feng was a little anxious. His eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "That's right, I'm now the new Beast King. I'll treat it as everyone worshipping the Beast King." Qin Feng found an excuse for himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to endure these elders kneeling to him. Qiao Shi and the others were shocked, and they stared at him in disbelief. "Qin Feng, why you're really the new Beast King?" Qiao Shi's voice was trembling. "Father-in-law, I found my father, Beast King Guqin, in Devil Beast Mountain in China's secular world. He has already passed the title of Beast King to me. Shi and second Uncle Qiao Gong also know about this. I won't lie to you." Everyone naturally believed Qin Feng's words. However, this news came too suddenly, and the Qiao family was a little shocked. The crowd gradually came to their senses, and the joy on their faces grew. Qin Feng was actually the new Beast King? They had been very optimistic about Qin Feng before. "Qiao family, listen up! Worship Qin Feng as the Beast King." After Qiao Shi's order, everyone kowtowed. Qin Feng didn't stop them. He knew that the Qiao family's spirit Beast Master clan had been around for hundreds of years. Everyone was born with the responsibility of guarding the Beast King. This was their belief, and Qin Feng respected this belief. "Qiao family, listen up. In the name of the Beast King, I order you to rise." After everyone finished kowtowing, Qin Feng's voice was like a bell. The Qiao family stood up one after another. Their faces were still filled with joy. This was really double happiness. Not only did they obtain freedom, but they also found a new Beast King. It felt like a dream. However, Qin Feng's expression was still a little grave. Although they had won this battle, he knew that there were still many tough battles waiting for them. "Lord Beast King, what's on your mind? Can you tell us so that we can share your burden?" Qiao Shi cupped his fists respectfully toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Father-in-law, don't call me Beast King. Just call me Qin Feng. Now that the main forces of Meteor City and distant ice cities, 6 major sacred gates, have been destroyed, there are still many scattered forces. We have to stabilize these 2 cities as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sacred gates of the other cities will definitely come to snatch them." Qin Feng voiced out his worries, and the Qiao family became solemn. Qiao Shi nodded and said, "Son-in-law Qin Feng, you are right. Right now, the most important thing is to stabilize the 2 cities as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will end up like those people." Qiao Shi's grandfather stood up and said, "Qin Feng, you've been our leader for a long time. You know the situation better than anyone else. We, the Qiao family, are willing to protect you with our lives. Tell us what to do next." Qiao Shi's grandfather stood up and said, "Qin Feng, you've been our leader for a long time. You understand the situation better than anyone else." "Yes, Lord Beast King, please give us the order." There were more than 100 people in the Qiao family. Most of them were at the 2nd or 3rd stage of true qi, and the strongest was only at the 4th stage of true qi. They did not focus on cultivation in the first place, but on their outstanding beast-taming skills. Qin Feng looked at the distant ice city under the night sky, and his eyes flickered. He thought for a moment and said, "Father-in-law, divide everyone into 3 groups. 1 group will be responsible for subduing the remaining forces of the 3 sacred gates in distant ice city. The 2nd group will subdue Meteor City, and the last group will settle the poor people in the 2 cities." No one objected to Qin Feng's order. In this battle, the Qiao family and the Beast clan had suffered the least losses. If they gathered their forces, they could easily take down a sacred gate at its peak. Qiao Shi was already busy, and the Qiao family was excited. They had been imprisoned for more than 20 years, and now they could finally come out and fight. Moreover, they could help the new Beast King in battle. The excitement they felt was indescribable. In the next few days, The Qiao family divided their tasks in an orderly manner. The spirit beast sect had been subdued that night, and now it was Qin Feng's territory. He had been seriously injured in the battle that night, so he stayed in the sect to recuperate. With the destruction of the spirit beast sect, the revenge mission related to Qiao Shishir was completed. The system awarded him 100,000 hedonist points, a purple rank spiritual equipment lottery ticket, a Star Technology lottery ticket, and a Palace of Heroes lottery ticket. Qin Feng also completed the first and second side missions of the City War chain mission. He had successfully stirred up the war, causing both Meteor City and Distant Ice City to suffer heavy losses. He had also protected the poor people and changed their minds. The rewards for these two missions were also very generous. There were a total of 100,000 hedonist points and a true qi pill. Qin Feng looked at his hedonist points in the system. He now had 1,919,000 hedonist points, which was close to the 2 million hedonist points needed to open the Immortal Island. "Master, eat the true qi pill," Little Pig's voice sounded. Qin Feng had been cultivating for the past 3 days, but he hadn't recovered his true qi. Now that Little Pig reminded him, he moved his mind, and a milky white pill appeared in his palm. The pill was round and fragrant. It was as big as a goose egg, and there were 6 clear inscriptions around it. It was a 6th grade golden pill. Qin Feng skimmed through the introduction of the true qi pill. Its main effect was to recover true qi, which was just right for his current situation. Qin Feng swallowed the true qi dan without the slightest hesitation. Although this dan was huge, it actually melted in his mouth. Bursts of pill fragrance lingered in his mouth, and a clear qi flowed into his blood vessels, rippling throughout his whole body. Qin Feng felt his body heat up. He tried to circulate his true qi again. His originally unresponsive body gradually found a trace of connection. Although there wasn't much true qi, it circulated in his body under his control. As time passed, more and more true qi gathered. Finally, it all condensed in his dantian. A loud explosion sounded without warning. Qin Feng felt his body lighten. It was as if a heavy burden had been released from his body. "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the 6th stage of true qi." Little Pig's excited voice sounded. Qin Feng was startled. He hurriedly felt his body, and his face immediately became pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the true qi pill not only recovered his true qi, but also helped him break through to the next stage. Boom! Qin Feng jumped up and struck out with his palm. The abandoned stone wall suddenly exploded into pieces, and the ground split open with a 10-meter-long crack. Many spirit beast sect disciples were scared and fled like rats. The 6th stage of true qi was much stronger than the 5th stage. Qin Feng thought that if he used all kinds of spirit weapons and cultivation methods, even if he fought a 7th stage true qi expert, he wouldn't have to be afraid. "Master, Golden Fur Lion King requests to fight." Seeing that Qin Feng had broken through again, Golden Fur Lion King anxiously jumped up and down in the system. He was his master's right-hand man, and he vowed to protect his master's safety with his life. Now that Qin Feng's strength was higher than his, he felt ashamed. "Master, the density of spirit qi in the Divine Land is close to the density of Golden Fur Lion King and the others in their era. Master can always leave them outside. This will help their cultivation." Little Pig reminded. Qin Feng was overjoyed. He immediately released Golden Fur Lion King, Shimin Chui Shui, and Ouyang Feng. Previously, in the secular world of China, the 3 of them's magnetic field would be disturbed by the Earth's magnetic field, and their realms kept dropping. He didn't expect that in the Divine Land, they wouldn't have to worry about this problem. After the 3 of them came out, they began to cultivate like crazy. After Qin Feng took over the Spirit Beast sect, he discovered that there were too many pills and spirit weapons in the sect. However, the quality of those spirit weapons was too low. The highest was only a purple-grayed spirit sword, which couldn't enter his eyes at all. Chapter 1380. The spirit energy in the divine Great Land was abundant, and the spirit energy in the sacred sects was even more abundant. The locations of the sacred sects were very particular. Most of them were hidden underground spirit veins or in the mountains and rivers. Under the efforts of Teacher Chiao and the others, the sects in Meteor City and Distant Ice City were stabilized. Most of the remaining disciples of the 5 major sects were normal disciples. Even if there were a few genius disciples, their strength would not exceed the 5th stage of true Qi. Under the suppression of the beast race army, they would surrender at any moment. Qin Feng did not care about the subjugation of the 2 city sections. He had already guessed that Teacher Chiao and the others would not fail. He was more worried that the sacred sects of the other 6 major cities would attack. True experts would appear among those people. After several days of hard training, Qin Feng stabilized his strength at the 6th stage of true Qi. The 3 heroes all broke through one stage. Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chue Shui stepped into the 1st stage of true Qi, and Golden Fur Lion King stepped into the 5th stage of true Qi. The speed at which the 3 heroes broke through was too fast. Qin Feng found it hard to accept. According to Little Pig, the 3 heroes had been around for a long time. They could have broken through a long time ago. It was just that Qin Feng stayed in the secular world of China, and the magnetic field there prevented them from breaking through. Now that they came to the divine Great Land, they naturally broke through. The thing that Qin Feng was most worried about happened. On the 7th day after he subjugated Distant Ice City and Meteor City, the border areas of the 2 cities were attacked by enemies. He had already arranged for the sect disciples and the beast race army to guard the entrances of the 2 cities. Fortunately, the first wave of enemies was not strong. The highest realm was only at the 5th stage of true Qi. It seemed like they were here to scout for information. There were 2 entrances to Distant Ice City and Meteor City. Now that the 2 cities were united, and there were enemies eyeing them covetously, Qin Feng mobilized a large number of troops to seal off the entrance to Meteor City, leaving only the entrance to Distant Ice City open. He personally led the troops and formed the most elite orc army. He also brought the Golden Fur Lion King with him to attack Distant Ice City's only stronghold. On the 3rd day, Qin Feng saw 2 groups of people coming towards him. There were close to 100 people on both sides, but they were wearing different uniforms. Clearly, the 2 sects had joined forces to attack Distant Ice City. When Qin Feng fought with Extinction Sect's disciples on the surface of the sea in Acropolis City, he had a general understanding of the various sects in the Extinction Sect. At this moment, he also recognized the uniforms of these 2 sections. The team in purple was the Sky Cloud Sword Sect's disciple, and the team in black and white was the Life and Death Sect's disciple. 2 groups of people stopped at the foot of the mountain, led by 2 old men in their early 50s. It seemed that they were the great elders of the sect. One of them shouted, "I am Elder He of the Heavenly Cloud Sword Sect, and beside me is Elder Yen Sheng of the Gate of Life and Death. We are here to attack Distant Ice City with our disciples. If you are smart, surrender now and we can spare your lives. We can even let you join our sects." The people on the mountaintop were infuriated by He's words. If Qin Feng hadn't given the order, Qiao Shi, Golden Fur Lion King, and Qiao Shi would have already killed them. Qin Feng sized up the 2 groups of people. Apart from the 2 elders, He and Yen Sheng, the rest were ordinary disciples. It was not hard to tell that the Sky Cloud Sword Sect and the Gate of Life and Death Sect were eyeing Distant Ice City's territory, but they did not dare to cause a life and death struggle. They probably sent these people to scout the situation. If they saw that Distant Ice City was still powerful, they would definitely give up on the idea of attacking it. After analyzing the situation, Qin Feng sneered. He and Yen Sheng were only at stage 6 true Qi. Now that Qin Feng had recovered his true Qi and broken through to stage 6, He no longer cared about opponents of this level. Are you sure you want to attack distant Ice City? I'll give you a chance to escape, or all of you will die here. Qin Feng's voice spread from the mountaintop. His words were so domineering that it caused an uproar at the foot of the mountain. The hundreds of enemy disciples had sinister expressions. They wanted nothing more than to rush up the mountain and kill the arrogant Qin Feng. He Yi and Yen Sheng's old faces darkened as well. They looked at the mountaintop angrily. He Yi yelled, "Stinking brat, you're too arrogant. Tell me your name first. At least let me know who I'm going to kill later." Even though He Yi was angry, he did not panic. He planned to ask Qin Feng's identity first before making a decision. The hundreds of disciples pricked up their ears. They wanted to know who this arrogant brat was. However, they heard Qin Feng say, "I'm just a nobody, an ordinary disciple of distant Ice City's holy gate. However, I'm more than enough to deal with ants like you." The more Qin Feng spoke, the more arrogant he became. He Yi and Yen Sheng were indeed enraged. They suddenly gave the signal to attack. The hundreds of disciples behind them leaped onto their horses and leaped up the cliff like hundreds of swallows in the dark night. Soon, a few of them were about to reach the mountaintop. Rumble! There was a loud explosion. In the dark night, dozens of spirit birds suddenly appeared on the mountaintop. They circled around the mountaintop with bright feathers. It was as if dozens of flames were floating in the night sky. For a moment, fireballs fell like rain. The disciples who had just reached the mountaintop were immediately surrounded by flames. Some were burned to death, and even more fell off the cliff and were smashed to pieces. He Yi was infuriated by this scene and flew up the cliff with his sword in hand. Just as he reached the top of the mountain, he swung his sword a few times in the air. Instantly, a blue sword light enveloped the sky and forced the dozen or so spirit birds to retreat far away. Rumble! Yen Sheng's attack also landed. He had already jumped to the mountaintop and slapped with his palms. The mountaintop shook slightly, and dozens of deep pits were blasted on the plains at the mountaintop. It was as if dozens of landmines had exploded underground. The battle officially started. Before Qin Feng could make a move, Qiao Shi and the others had already led the Beastmen army to launch a fierce attack. This group of Beastmen was carefully selected by Qin Feng. The lowest rank was a rank 2 magical beast. Their strength was comparable to experts at the 3rd stage of True Qi. Suddenly, flames lit up the sky and loud noises rose and fell. Qin Feng's side had the advantage of the terrain. The group of ordinary disciples couldn't even reach the mountaintop. They were all shot down halfway up the mountain. He Yi and Yen Sheng became more and more furious. At this time, they no longer held back. Every move they made was a killing move. The rank 2 magical beasts of the Beastmen army were beaten back, their bodies riddled with wounds. "Stinking brat, you think you can defeat me with a few beasts? I will cut you into 1,000 pieces." He Yi's roar shook the heavens. He thrust his sword towards Qin Feng. He saw that Qin Feng was young and thought that he was the weakest rookie in the enemy army. Without waiting for Qin Feng to make a move, a golden sword aura soared into the sky. The golden fur Lion King's roar shook the mountains. The Dragon Slayer saber had already collided with He Yi's sword in midair. The loud noise was deafening. The golden fur Lion King was only at the 5th stage of True Qi, but it was able to resist He Yi's sword. However, He still had the upper hand. He quickly swung his sword a second time. The golden fur Lion King's sword had only slashed halfway when it was pushed back to the plains at the mountaintop. "Haha, this is the general you called for? He can't even withstand a single blow. I want to see what kind of backing you have now." In He Yi's eyes, the golden fur Lion King was the strongest person in the enemy army. Now that he had been pushed back, he no longer had any fear in his heart. He leaped and thrust his sword towards Qin Feng. The blue sword aura streaked across like a meteor and instantly landed on the ground. However, Qin Feng was no longer there. The sword aura exploded into a huge pit on the ground. He Yi's expression changed greatly. He felt the aura of death coming from behind him. He immediately turned around and saw that Qin Feng had unknowingly floated behind him with a red spear in his hand. When the spear was thrust out, it was as if it had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Suddenly, thousands of spear auras shot out, and he exploded in midair into a pile of flesh and blood. Bang, 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 bang. He Yi's body had already been smashed into pieces, but the loud noises in the sky were continuous. That red spear light was still flashing. It was as gorgeous as fireworks. The disciple who was climbing the mountain was suddenly stunned. He raised his head to look at the strange scene in the sky. He still couldn't figure out what was going on. You killed Taoist He? Yan Sheng was shocked. He stood at the peak of the mountain and saw Qin Feng's powerful spear attack with his own eyes. However, no one answered his question. Qin Feng's answer was not a sound, but a ferocious attack from the storm rainbow demon spear. Clang! That spear attack was light and casual, but it instantly condensed thousands of spear auras. Yan Sheng did not even have a chance to react before he exploded on the peak of the mountain. The disciples halfway up the mountain did not see how Yan Sheng died. They only heard the loud noises coming from the top of the mountain. Some of them even shouted innocently, "The two elders have used their ultimate moves. Everyone hurry up! How can those ants be a match for the two elders? Distant Ice City is already an empty city. Our Skycloud sword will become even stronger in the future." The group of disciples became excited in their own fantasies and increased their speed of climbing. Soon, a large group of disciples reached the top of the mountain. However, they were stunned on the spot. The scene of the two elders killing the enemy bravely did not appear in their minds. They scanned the top of the mountain, but did not see the two elders. The enemy seemed to be unharmed, and a group of ferocious beasts were staring at them as if they wanted to swallow them alive. You should surrender now. Once Taoist He and Elder Yen attack, it will be too late even if you want to surrender. Everyone realized that the situation was not right, but they still pretended to be calm. Qin Feng sneered and waved his hand. Immediately, a golden saber aura that was hundreds of meters long condensed in front of him. The golden phoenix landed on the ground and split the entire mountain in half. The disciples standing at the edge of the cliff all fell down and were smashed to pieces. "Oh no, two elders have been killed. Everyone, run for your lives." There were still a dozen disciples with the weakest strength who had only climbed halfway up the mountain. Their good-for-nothing had actually saved their lives. These people did not dare to climb up anymore. When they saw their senior brothers fall from the peak, they were so scared that they immediately fled.